and see no other reasons or anything to question that decision or to undermine it based on what I've been able to visually observe in court, and nothing's been presented by either party suggesting otherwise. State has also waived that. And so I think we are proceeding with, we would start with opening remarks. And to that end, Mr. Atkins, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to publish just my opening PowerPoint, Your Honor. So, Your Honor, to overview what I expect the evidence to show, on January 27th of 2021 at the Motel 6, which is in East Point, Fulton County, Georgia, and the defendant was staying in room 318 with his mother, Beverly Headspeth, who is the decedent in this case, his sister, Vernice Headspeth, his mother's longtime boyfriend for about 20 years, Gregory Perez, and Miss Vernice Headspeth's 2 children. There was 8-year-old Cameron Richardson and 4-year-old Fabian Headspeth. And on this day in the morning, as Miss Vernice Headspeth typically did, she went to work. She walked to work about a half block. She helped at Delta helping clean up. When she got back around 3 o'clock, she asked the defendant to go walk out. She wanted to have some marijuana to smoke. And so she gives him $15. He walks out, she takes a shower. He comes back, he doesn't have any marijuana, he just has a cigar. And so she's laying on the bed in room 318, which is pictured here. And Beverly Headspeth and her boyfriend, Greg, are sitting on the bed pictured on our left. And Vernice is initially laying with her back to her mother and essentially stepfather in that bed closest to us. And her kids, Cameron and Fabian, are sitting on that bed. The defendant, kind of on nothing preceding this, gets up, points a handgun at Gregory Perez, who's sitting on the edge of the bed on the left, and he tells his mother to pray. Vernice Headspeth hears him say this, doesn't initially see it, and things escalate quickly from there. And he tells his mother to pray. She starts praying. And in a short matter of time, his mother eventually is like, what are you doing? Why are you doing this? And he mentions that they're poisoning him. And she gets up from that bed and he fires and shoots her. That goes right through her nose one time. He's using a .40 caliber handgun that is retrieved later on that day. Immediately after that, Vernice Headspeth, she has her 2 kids, Cameron and Fabian, go into the bathroom in this hotel room and locks the door. She runs out the hallway, and in the hallway, this just outlines who's in the room, who's present. In the hallway, you will see East Point responds and he discharges his firearm in the hallway at Vernice Headspeth and ends up getting her phone. And initially Vernice was going to call the police, but he had told her to not call the police before this. He takes her phone and proceeds out of the hotel, which forms the basis of the armed robbery count and aggravated assault. After all this happens, Vernice calls 911 twice. There's a brief call, gets disconnected, and she calls again. And she also calls the front desk. Mr. Terence Clay, who you will hear from, was working the front desk that day. And he rushes upstairs and sees Beverly Headspeth bleeding out in room 318. He runs back and he ends up calling 911. So there's 3 911 calls from the initial incident. East Point responds very quickly. The call comes in at 3:30 p.m. The first initial officer who's on scene is Detective Njoku. She was an officer at the time. She comes on scene, walks upstairs, knocks on the door, opens the door, and Vernice Headspeth is beside herself of what she had just witnessed. And she ends up gathering the initial information and learning that the defendant had fled the scene. And EMS comes, ends up transporting Beverly Headspeth to the hospital, where she later succumbs to her injuries on January 28th. But crime scene tech Hurt comes out with East Point Police Department. She is the one that takes crime scene photographs, and she also importantly retrieves a 9mm shell casing and 1 bullet in the hallway. Sergeant Watkins. So what happens is officers end up taking Vernice Headspeth, her children, and Gregory Perez to interview. And Detective Williams, who doesn't go on scene, interviews Vernice Headspeth and Gregory Perez at the East Point Police Department headquarters. At about 7 o'clock this evening, there is a 911 call from a gentleman at the Shell gas station, which is 1338 Virginia Avenue, which is right next door to the Motel 6, that states that there's an individual who, and it's involved with the shooting at the hotel. At this time, Beverly Headspeth is still alive, so it's just a shooting, and he wants to turn himself in, and he has the handgun in a bag. So Sergeant Watkins responds, gets dispatched, goes to the Shell gas station, detains, searches the defendant, and he retrieves and takes and places in East Point property a .40 caliber handgun. There is no magazine or ammunition in that firearm. And then he takes the defendant back to East Point Police Department, where he is interviewed by Detective Williams after being read his Miranda rights. The firearm and the shell casing and bullet are given to Jay Jarvis, who works for Arma Forensics. He is a ballistics and firearms expert, and he generates a report. And what he determines is, at least for the spent shell casing, and he will testify that he's seen this happen 3 times in his career, but it's 9mm rounds fired through a .40 cal, which you can do, and it has some unique effects, which is how he knows it came from this .40 caliber pistol, because he's still able to see some individual characteristics that correspond, and he determines that that shell casing did come out of the firearm that was retrieved from the defendant. He also says the bulge in the bullet is wider because you have a smaller bullet going through a larger barrel, and he will testify and explain that. Also, Ms. Beverly Headspeth, on January 29th, the head medical examiner, Dr. Karen Sullivan with the Fulton County ME's office, she does an autopsy. The manner of death is homicide, she rules. The cause of death is gunshot wound of the face. She ends up retrieving a single projectile that was in the brain of Miss Beverly Headspeth, and her entry wound is through her nose, and she collects that single projectile, which Jay Jarvis also analyzes. And so he will state that that projectile found in Miss Beverly Headspeth connects with that firearm. And Dr. Sullivan does the autopsy and determines it was a gunshot wound. There was not other circumstances or factors that caused that death. This is a picture of the projectile found and retrieved by Dr. Sullivan when she conducted the autopsy. A timeline, this all happened in a very short span of time. And a key part is when the defendant is brought to East Point and Detective Williams sits him down at about 8:16 p.m., he gives a statement, and he states to Detective Williams that, and mentions each place step by step, that he initially pointed the gun at Gregory Perez, which is the aggravated assault count. He states that he believed he was being poisoned for some months previous, and he thought that his mother and her boyfriend, Gregory Perez, were doing this. He had mentioned having stomach ailments. He tried to change his diet, and he states in that interview that you will hear from that he shot and killed them. Shot and killed Beverly Headspeth, pointed the gun at Gregory Perez. And what he denies shooting at his sister, Vernice Headspeth, but he does admit in that statement that he did have her phone and he threw it away because Detective Williams asked him, where's the phone, which is connected to the armed robbery count. He also has knowledge. They were all living there for about a month previous, from January 4th to January 27th in that hotel room. And the children were not in school at that time. And so he had knowledge the children were present. And he mentions when Detective Williams asked him who was in the hotel room, that it was his 2 younger nephews, Cameron and Fabian, who were under the age of 18, which formed the basis of the cruelty of children in the 3rd degree counts. That is the timeline that walks through this case, which is East Point responds, and ultimately arrest warrants are taken out in a very short span of time, giving the quick collection of evidence and the statement provided by the defendant. The charges in this case broken down here that at the end of this trial, Your Honor, the state will ask you to find the defendant guilty of all counts, starting with murder for killing Beverly Headspeth, felony murder for the aggravated assault at Ms. Headspeth, resulting in her death. Count 3 is the aggravated assault for pointing the firearm and shooting at Beverly Headspeth. The armed robbery is for, while holding the firearm, taking the phone from the imminent presence of Ms. Vernice Headspeth in the hallway right outside of room 318. The aggravated assault with a deadly weapon is for pointing at and shooting in the hallway at Vernice Headspeth. Gregory Perez, count 6, is for pointing the firearm at Gregory Perez in the room before shooting Ms. Beverly Headspeth. There is possession of firearm during commission of a felony for all of those counts. And counts 10 and 11 are for the juvenile children being present in the room that, from the testimony of Vernice Headspeth, certainly witnessed him pulling out the firearm and pointing at Greg Perez. In a short span of time, when the gunshot went out, they would have heard the fatal shot of Miss Beverly Headspeth. And for those reasons, Your Honor, after the conclusion of evidence, the state will ask you to find the defendant guilty of all 11 counts. That is a preview of the evidence the state expects to show.
Mr. Marks.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. You've heard a colorful rendition from the state about what my client allegedly did, but Your Honor's decision will be based exclusively on the facts, which will clearly show the state cannot prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt. Fact, Miss Beverly Headspeth, my client's mother, and her boyfriend, Gregory Perez, were attacking my client, presenting him with imminent harm. In self-defense, he shot his mother because she was lunging at him, and he believed reasonably that if he hadn't done that, she would kill him and end his life. He was also of the belief that his mother had been poisoning him and that therefore she represented an imminent harm to him on that day. He acted in self-defense when shooting his mother. He also acted in self-defense with respect to Gregory Perez, her longtime boyfriend, because he too was violently assaulting my client during that time frame. My client flatly denies, and there will be no evidence proving otherwise, that he shot at his sister, Vernice Headspeth. Your Honor, at the conclusion of this trial, we're going to be asking you to find my client not guilty of all counts because, in truth, my client is not guilty. Thank you.
Before we call the state's first witness, did we join issue on an indictment?
My client has refused to sign the indictment, Judge. We believe that by operation of law, that means that a not guilty plea is being tendered. The defense also wishes to invoke the rule of sequestration.
And Your Honor, I believe that me and Mr. Marks at least should sign that indictment.
Actually, I'm noting because now that we're signing indictments in here, that when the case was arraigned on June 30th, the not guilty plea has already been reflected on a signed copy. So I think that's really only an issue for all the older cases we've been kind of trying now. So
Yes, Your Honor.
I think we're good there. All right, state may call us first witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Ms. Vernice Headspeth to the stand.
Please state and spell first and last name for the record.
Vernice Headspeth, Vernice. headspeth.
Good morning, Ms. Headspeth.
Good morning.
Can you please, or do you have any siblings?
Yes,
Can you state who they are?
Shawana, Chanel, John.
Who is the oldest?
Shawana,
Who is the youngest?
John.
And do you see John in the courtroom here today?
Yes,
Can you describe where he's sitting?
right there.
And at that table, the witness has pointed to the defense counsel table. Is he on the left-hand side, the middle, the right-hand side? Where is he?
On the left. Well, to my left.
The witness has pointed out, or can you, he is to your left and in between the people at the counsel table, which position is he?
In the middle.
In the middle. Thank you, ma'am. Let the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
The record will so reflect.
Can you describe in general, Ms. Headspeth, the relationship in January of 2021 that you had with your siblings?
They it's good with all my siblings. Good relationship.
And do you have any children?
I do.
Who are they?
Cameron Richardson, Fabian Headspeth.
What is Cameron Richardson? What's his date of birth?
July 24,
Of what year?
2012,
How old is he today?
11.
And what about Fabian Headspeth?
December 10, 2016.
How old is he today?
He's 6.
In January of 2021, where were you living?
Motel 6,
Where is that Motel 6? What city is it in?
East Point,
Do you know what county it's in?
Fulton.
And do you know where were you living before moving to the East Point Motel?
445 Cleveland Avenue.
And who lived with you at that location?
Me and Andrea,
And who is Andrea?
my best friend.
Were any of your children living with you?
Yes,
Which of your children were living with you?
Cameron and Fabian.
And what prompted you to move to the Motel 6?
We was getting ready for a trailer get done when my auntie had purchased.
And so while that trailer was getting done, when did you move to the Motel 6?
January 4th,
Of 2021?
2021. Mhm.
And when you moved there on January 4th, who lived with you at that location?
My mom, my 2 kids, myself, my mom, boyfriend, and John.
Who is your mother?
My mother,
What is her name?
Beverly Headspeth.
And who is her boyfriend?
Gregorio Perez, I'm sorry.
How long has he been her boyfriend?
Probably 20 years.
And what prompted them all to come move in with you or for y'all all to reside together at that motel?
Objection relevance.
Mr. Atkins?
Your Honor, setting the circumstances because the incident happened in a location that they were living at, how and why they were living there is important to set up the circumstances, Your Honor.
Mr. Marks?
No response.
All right, overruled.
You want me to answer the question?
Yes, ma'am.
We was staying at the Motel 6 because my auntie had purchased a trailer for us. And so we was just waiting for everything to get done for us to move in.
And who was paying for the motel room?
Me and my mom.
And when you moved in there, what did you do for work?
I work at
Overruled.
DGS, Delta Global Services.
And where was the location of Delta Global Services that you worked at?
It was a block away from the hotel.
How would you typically get to work?
I walked
And when you were at work, where would your children be?
with my mom at the hotel.
Were they in school during January of 2021?
No,
How old would Cameron have been in January of 2021?
I'm gonna say 8 or 9,
And how old would Fabian have been?
4.
What did Gregory Perez do when you were at work at that time?
He was at the room too.
And what would the defendant do during that time?
He was at the room too,
So were they working or not working?
not working.
And with y'all all living there, what would you all do for food?
Eat
Objection
out.
relevance.
Mr. Atkins, relevance?
Your Honor, the there is evidence the state expects to come out referencing poisoning of food by the defendant. So the state feels that it's relevant, the food that they ate.
All right, overruled.
We ate out.
You would eat out.
Mhm.
And would y'all typically go eat out as a family or separately?
We just go get some food, like family meals, and or purchase like McDonald's. Everybody get their own meal, stuff like that.
And at that time, what was the relationship that the defendant had with your mother, Beverly Headspeth?
It was good.
What was his relationship with Gregory Perez?
I really don't know. I know he had a problem with Greg a while back. I don't know. I guess they were good. I don't know.
And what was his relationship like with your children?
He was good with them.
And at this time, did your brother have a cell phone?
Yes,
Whose cell phone or what cell phone did he have?
my mom's cell phone.
And was it her phone? Like, can you describe that?
I think it was like a Motorola black phone.
And at that time, did you have a phone?
Yes,
What kind of phone did you have?
I had an iPhone 7.
On January 27th, 2021, can you describe how that day started?
Okay. That morning around 5:30, I got up, get ready for work. I left, I walked, I talked to my mom all the way to the job. We both said we love each other and we hung up the phone. I haven't talked to her no more till I got off work and I head back to the room. And when I went in the room, my mom was sitting on the bed. Her boyfriend was sitting next to her. Sitting next to her. My brother was laying on my bed, and I asked him. I called him. I said, "Brother," and he was like, "Sister." And I asked him, can he go to the store get some weed? And so he was like, "Yes." And I gave him the money, and he had left out. When he came back, that's when he had the gun pointed to Greg's head.
And Miss Hespeth, just to walk back a little bit, when you left for work that morning, who was at the hotel room?
My mom, Greg, my brother, and my 2 kids.
And when you walked back to the hotel, did anyone know that you were heading back?
No,
And around what time was it that you got back to the room?
like 2:55 in the afternoon.
And when you first walked in the room, who all was present?
Everybody was still in there.
Was there anything unusual happening at that time?
No,
And when you first got back to the room, do you have to wear any kind of uniform when you work?
yes.
What kind of uniform is that?
A green neon shirt. It have DGS in the back, and the yellow reflective vest, and some black pants.
May I approach the witness?
If it's your witness, absolutely. No need to ask.
Ms. Hespeth, can you take a look? I have handed you, don't state what they are, but can you please flip through these items? I've handed you States Exhibit 9, 11, 15 through 21, and States Exhibit 35. Once you're done looking through those items, can you please look up at me so I know that you have reviewed them? What are those, Ms. Headspeth?
The room, my uniform, clothes, my kids' toys on the bed.
How do you recognize them?
Let's say,
How do you recognize those photographs?
because I was there.
And are they a fair and accurate representation of the items and hotel room?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to admit states exhibits 9, 11, 15 through 21, and 35 into evidence.
15 through 21.
Yes, Your Honor.
And then what else was that?
States exhibit 35.
And 35. All right. Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
So admitted.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'm going to periodically publish these exhibits at the appropriate time, permission to publish when,
Yeah, whenever is, you don't need to interrupt the flow of your presentation.
thank you, Your Honor. So you get back from work, Ms. Headspeth, and what is the first thing you do when you enter the room?
When I entered the room, I was getting my clothes. I was taking my work uniform out, get ready to get in the shower. And I asked John, can he run to go get some marijuana, some weed? And so I gave him the money. He had left out and I got in the shower.
And when was that common or uncommon?
It's coming.
Where would he have to travel when he would go out?
In the hotel.
And how long was he gone?
Maybe like 10, 15 minutes.
And when he got back, where were you?
I was laying down.
Publishing States Exhibit 9. Ms. Headspeth, what is what is States Exhibit 9?
I don't see it on here.
Oh,
You just need to press that.
The guided it's the room.
this is the room that you were staying at?
Yes.
And Ms. Headspeth, when you walk in that room, what do you see? Publishing States Exhibit 11.
When you walk in, it's the bathroom is to the right. It's a closet to the left. The room that I slept on is the first bed to the right. And my mom's bed was right there by the patio.
So in States Exhibit 11, where is the bathroom in relation to that door depicted?
Behind the door.
And is this the bedroom that you were staying at on January 27, 2021?
Yes.
When you walk in the room, Ms. Headspeth, after your brother returns from the store, can you describe with using States Exhibit 15, where were you in this photograph?
I was laying on this side of the bed.
Can you describe it? Is it the bed closest to us or furthest from us?
Closest to us.
And were you on the side, what part of the bed were you sitting at?
Mr. Atkins, I think
yes, Your
she can actually touch this screen and draw an X. At least I think
Oh,
you should be
okay.
able to.
I
The
was
one in front of
laying-
you, actually.
I was laying on this side.
Ms. Headsmith, you may be able to actually touch the screen. in front of
Okay.
you.
I was laying on this side.
I know there's a way at some point to do that, but maybe we don't have it turned on.
There, let's go. Color. You can do that. Okay. And then to get it to go away, you just tap the. Oh. That button. Okay.
I was laying on this side.
And where were the other people in the room at this time?
My mama was sitting right here. Greg was sitting right here. Cameron's sitting right here. Fabion's sitting right here.
And
And
where?
again, just to make the record clear, let's just describe where she's just indicated.
Yes, Your Honor. So Ms. Headspeth, you had drawn a mark on in State's Exhibit 15 with the portion of the bed closest to the other bed towards the middle was where you were sitting.
Right.
You made a marking on the screen in the furthest away bed, right across from where you were sitting for where your mother was.
Mhm.
And at the foot of that faraway bed was where you stated Gregory Perez is sitting.
Mhm.
And let the record reflect that Ms. Headspeth made a marcation at the foot of the bed closest to this photograph where Cameron was sitting on the edge and Fabian was sitting on the side of the bed closest to the photographer of this photograph. And where Ms. Headspeth was the defendant at this time?
He was standing when he got back from the store.
Correct.
He was standing behind Greg.
And can you describe what happened? What happened next? You're laying on the bed.
I was laying on the bed and my back was facing towards them. So I heard when he asked my mom, is she gonna pray for him? And he asked her like 2 times, is she gonna pray for him? So I turned around, and when I turned around, that's when I see he had a gun pointed behind Greg's head. And I was like, what's going on? And then he made a statement saying that they tried to poison him.
Ms. Headspeth, when you first heard him tell your mom to pray, what was your reaction?
Why he asking her that?
And when you turned around, what did you witness between the defendant and Gregory Perez?
He had a gun pointed behind Greg's head.
Before that moment, had you seen that gun?
No,
Did you have any knowledge that he did or did not have a gun on him or with him before then?
no.
What kind of gun can you describe in general what the gun was like?
It was black. I think it was like a 40 or something, a Glock 40 or something.
So would you describe it as a handgun, a
Just a
long gun?
handgun. Mhm.
And where, when you witnessed this, can you describe how was he pointing the gun? How close was he to Greg? Where was the gun pointed at?
He had the gun on Greg's neck.
And what, from your knowledge, was Greg's reaction?
Greg was laughing. I guess he thought he was playing. I don't know.
How does Greg typically react when he's interacting with you all?
He always laughing about stuff.
Did it surprise you that he was laughing in this moment?
It did because it was serious because I was like, Greg, he has a gun pointed back at your head. You know, this not no laughing matter.
From what you witnessed, was the gun touching Greg Perez or was it not?
It was.
And from your understanding, was Greg aware that that firearm was pointed at him?
Yes, he should, because he should have felt it on his neck.
What
I don't know, he
happened-
think it probably was his finger or something. I don't know.
What happened immediately after that?
Okay. So he asked her, can she pray for him? And that's when I got up and he told me to sit the foot down. My John did. So I sat down for a minute and then I got up and he was still asking my mom, is she gonna pray for Greg? So I got up, I took my 2 kids, I put them in the bathroom. And when I came back around, he was standing in front of her. And he had his finger pointed in her face. And she said, Really, John, you got your finger in my face? And he looked at her and he stood back. And that's when he had shot her in her face.
Did you, what sound did it make when he shot?
It was a loud noise, one shot.
And Ms. Headspeth, can you see if there's a button to clear off the markings you made? Published in States Exhibit 18. So, Ms. Headspeth, in relation to this, when the defendant was telling your mother to pray, did your mother, did she move? Did she stay still? Where was she in this photograph?
She was still sitting down.
Can you point where she was? And from what you saw, did the defendant move away from her, towards her, sideways? What was his movement in relation
He
to your mother?
moved towards her.
And what happened after he moved towards her?
He was pointing his finger in her face. He wasn't saying nothing. And then all I know is she was like, why you pointing your finger in my face? And then he looked at her and he raised the gun and he shot her on her face.
When he pointed his finger at her, where was the gun before he shot her?
He had it in his hands.
And when he shot your mother, did she say anything in the moments or seconds before he shot her?
No. Besides the really, John, you had your finger in my face.
And at the moment he shot her, was she sitting, standing, kneeling?
She was sitting.
And what happened immediately after that?
So when he shot her, she stood up, she grabbed her face, and she was going over. Greg would try to catch her fall. And he would try to get the gun together, like he about to shoot Greg. So I took off out the room.
Can you describe what you mean when you say that the defendant was trying to get the gun together?
Like he was trying to, I don't know if it jammed or something. Like he tried to shoot, but he wasn't shooting. So I guess he tried to fix it so he could shoot Greg.
And in this exhibit, say Exhibit 18, where you said Greg had caught your mother, which direction did they go?
They went down this way.
Let the record reflect she pointed from the bed on the furthest side of this photograph towards the middle of the room. And when they got to the middle of the room that you had just pointed at, were they standing? Did anyone lay down, sit down? What happened? What did Greg do with your mother?
He was kneeling by her because she was face forward. And he was on his knees.
What happened immediately after that?
After he had shot her, I had ran out the door and he came behind me.
And when you ran out of the door, where did you go?
I ran back towards, like, I think it was a window on the opposite of the hallway.
And did you ever realize, or did you realize that he was behind you?
Yes.
And out in the hallway, what did you hear?
I heard a gunshot.
What was your reaction?
I stopped and I turned around and I said, you try to shoot me? And he was like, give me your phone. And I gave him my phone and he ran back the other way.
Before that moment in the hallway, had you tried to get your phone out?
No, I had my phone in my hand.
Had he ever made any comment about your phone before you were out in the hallway?
No.
And when he took your phone, what phone did he take?
My iPhone 7.
And when he took your phone, did he have the firearm on him?
Yes.
And where did he go after taking your phone?
He ran towards the stairs.
What was your reaction when he asked and took your phone?
I gave him the phone, and after he got the phone, he ran back towards the stairs in the hallway. I ran into the room.
When you ran back in the room, what did you do next?
I locked the door, put a latch on. I told Greg, don't open door for nobody. I rolled my mom over. I was grabbing pillows, covers, everything I could grab to try to stop her blood from flowing. And I called paramedics.
What phone did you use to call the paramedics?
The hotel phone and Greg's phone.
Did you speak with anyone else other than the paramedics on the phone?
The front desk man.
What did you tell the front desk man?
I need him to call the police.
Did anyone from the hotel respond to that phone call, ma'am?
He came up.
When he came up, what did he do?
He seen my mom laying on the floor and he had left. And that's when the police had came.
Your Honor, thank you, ma'am. At this time, the state, pursuant to 803 certified business record, is going to admit State's Exhibit 6, which is the business record search, State's Exhibit 1, which is the CAD report, and the 4 911 calls into evidence.
Any objection for 1 through 6? So admitted.
What exhibits are these again?
I believe those 1 through 6.
1 through 6?
Correct. And Your Honor, the state is going to publish State's Exhibit 2.
Go to the bathroom. I need somebody. I take my brother, check my brother. What's the action? Man, what's your age? What room are you in? Stop screaming. Hello? Hello, what room are you in? Hello? They're not giving no room number. What room are you in? What room are you in? I'm at 318. Can you please come? My mom is bleeding. My mom is bleeding. What happened? Ma'am, I need you to listen. 318, ma'am. What is going on? Stop saying that, ma'am. I need you to listen. Tell me, ma'am, my mom is bleeding to death. Why? My mom is bleeding to death. Why? Why, ma'am? My brother just shot my mom in the face. I need the police. We're on the way. We're on the way, ma'am. Ma'am, we're on the way. I got it. Hold on.
The state is going to publish State's Exhibit 4.
My brother shot my mom in her face. Motel 6, I'll be doing everything, ma'am. Mom. But I don't know, man. We got Motel 6. Yes, it's 12. Yeah. Mom, hold my hand, baby. Mom, come Mama, breathe. Can you please breathe? Can you please breathe, Mama, please? Can you please breathe, Mama, please? Can you please breathe?
And Your Honor, the state's going to publish State's Exhibit 1 to capture the time.
Let's note the time for the record that's reflected on this exhibit.
Yes, Your Honor. The State's Exhibit 1, which is the CAD report, on the top right corner states that the date time received was January 27th, 2021 at 15:30 and 30 seconds, which is 3:30 PM. Now, Ms. Headspeth? Do you need a minute or?
Okay.
After you called 911, how much time would you estimate before the police came?
Maybe 5 minutes. Thank you.
And the state is publishing what's been previously admitted as State's Exhibit 21. Ms. Headspeth, what are those items on the bed in State's Exhibit 21?
My kids' toys. A plastic, no, that's a toy. The cigar that he had go get.
That's on where, can you point out where that cigar is on the bed?
Right here.
Let the record reflect she pointed about the center of State's Exhibit 21 near the pillow. And Ms. Headsworth, when the police got there, what happened next?
I had talked, she had came in the room. She took me out in the hallway and I talked to her, let her know what everything was going on. And I told her, I blanked out for a minute. And then when I came back, I was like, my kids. And then, so she was like, where are your kids? And I'm like, they in the restroom.
And were they, once you realized that, did anyone go check on them in the
They
restroom?
did,
And were they still present?
yes.
And from having lived in that hotel room for about a month, if you were sitting in the bathroom, would you be able to hear a gunshot in that room?
Yes,
Do you believe that your children heard the gunshot when they were in that room?
Objection,
Yes.
speculation.
Mr. Atkins?
Your Honor, the state would contend and can lay more foundation if necessary that for living in this hotel for roughly a month, having used that bathroom, been inside of it, could attest, and also hearing the gunshot, she has her personal belief would be able to make a determination of the gunshot wound. She listened, someone would hear it in that bathroom that she resided and lived at for up to a month.
So I think she's already testified and said that the nature of the gunshot that you sound, someone in the bathroom would have heard it, or right. But I think it might go a step too far to then say, based on what's already been laid out, that her children did in fact hear it.
Yes, Your
So
Honor.
I'll sustain the objection.
And what happened, Ms. Headspeth, and when you were mentioning she a couple minutes earlier, is that an officer or who was that?
the officer.
And so was the first officer you saw a male or female?
Female.
And what happened once you let her know that your children were still there?
The other officers, she told the other officers and they went go get the kids out the restroom.
And did you see your kids once they got out of the restroom?
Yes.
What was their demeanor?
They were scared.
Without saying anything that they said, what was their emotions?
They were just scared. They wasn't crying. They were just looking like they didn't know what was going on.
And what, after your children came out, where did you go or what did you do?
After my church came out, they took them on the other end of the hallway, and I was still sitting in the hallway.
What was the clothing you were wearing?
I really don't remember. I don't remember.
Was there anything on your clothing that day?
Yes,
What was it?
my mama blood.
And once your children got left down the hallway, where did you go? Did you stay at the hotel? What did you do?
So we went to the police precinct,
And how did you get there?
the police,
And when you got there, who did you speak with?
Detective Williams.
And did you talk to her about what happened?
Yes,
And after speaking with Detective Williams, and at that time, where were your children?
they was with me.
What happened after you talked to Detective Williams?
We had left and went to the hospital,
And where did you go?
Grady Memorial.
And when you got there, what did you see?
My mom,
Was anyone else there?
my sister, Shawana, Andrea, my aunts was there.
And at this time, did you have any information or knowledge of where the defendant was?
No,
After being at the hospital, did you ever leave the hospital?
yeah, later on, like 9, 10 or something that night.
And when was it that you came to learn that Ms. Beverly Headspeth had succumbed to the gunshot wound?
Objection relevance.
I think at this point, it hasn't been established that the alleged victim is deceased. So I would say that's relevant.
So Ms. Headspeth, that would be the state's position, Your Honor?
So overruled.
Objection hearsay.
Did you sustain that, Your Honor?
No, I just, if you want to respond to that.
I would say the effect on listener in terms of when she learned about this is a very significant event. It's not for the well, I would argue, Your Honor. Well,
I think it circles back on irrelevance. So
yes,
why
Your Honor.
don't we, I'll sustain that and then we'll move on to the next question.
Yes, Your Honor. Taking a step back to you all living in that hotel room, Ms. Headspeth, I wanted to walk through with you. I'm publishing what's known as State's Exhibit 16. Ms. Headspeth, in this picture, what is that item at the top above of State's Exhibit 16 attached to the wall?
Right here. Microwave. Microwave.
And publishing, would you all ever utilize that microwave?
Objection relevance.
Yes.
Mr. Atkins, relevance?
Your Honor, the state, given the statement that the state's going to publish later in this trial, it references items placed in that microwave in the preceding moments of the shooting.
All right, overruled.
And Ms. Headspeth, with publishing State's Exhibit 17, What do you see in State's Exhibit 17?
My uniform,
And what is that item on the uniform?
my badge,
Is that the uniform you were wearing on January 27th?
yes.
And inside the room, Ms. Headsmith, did y'all have anywhere that you could store drinks or items?
It was a refrigerator, a little mini refrigerator.
Published in State's Exhibit 20. What is depicted on State's Exhibit 20?
Refrigerator.
I'm sorry?
A refrigerator.
And published in State's Exhibit 35. Ms. Headsmith, do you see the room you were staying at in State's Exhibit 35?
Yes.
And when you came out of the room after the gunshot, where in this picture did you go?
Back this way.
But the record reflects you made a movement.
To the right of the photograph.
Yeah, to the right of the photograph, Your Honor. And one moment, Your Honor. Well, actually, before that, handing the witness what's been marked as State's Exhibit 66. Ms. Headsmith, can you look at that photograph and can you tell me what is that? Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
What is it?
A picture of my mom and my niece and John standing behind them.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of your mother with your niece?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would move to admit State's Exhibit 66 into evidence.
No objection.
Amen.
Ms. Headsmith, after the defendant took your phone, did you ever get that phone back?
No.
Do you have any idea or know what happened to that phone?
No.
One moment, Your Honor. Ms. Headsmith, how close were your children to the defendant when he pointed the firearm at Gregory Perez?
Objection relevance.
I think it goes to the count in the indictment overruled.
They was sitting at the edge of the bed.
Did they witness this act?
Yes.
And immediately after this, how soon was it that you took them and placed them in the bathroom?
When I had got up,
And was there ever a period of time after the shooting that your children had came out of the bathroom?
no.
Was there ever a time, did any of your children ever, did they see or come into contact with any of the blood?
Yes, Fabian did. He came out the bathroom.
Can you describe that?
He came out the restroom. He was like, "Mommy," and I yelled at him, and he slid in my mom's blood, and I made him go back in the bathroom.
Was that before or after the police got there?
Before the police got there.
One moment, Your Honor. Ms. Headspeth, going back to when the defendant came back from when he went out to go purchase some marijuana,
Mhm.
when he first came in the room, what was his demeanor?
He seemed like something was off or something seems wrong with him. I don't know. But he was okay when before he had left. So I don't know what had happened.
And before you had noticed he had a firearm, was there any kind of disagreement or anything with anyone in the room?
No.
Your Honor, at some point, can we take a break? Thank you.
I think we're getting towards the end here.
Your Honor, no further questions at this time.
All right, can I ask one thing before taking that break? Which is the testimony that we heard regarding Mr. Headspeth allegedly after firing the one shot, manipulating the gun in some manner. Is there any way we can get some kind of, I don't know, maybe a demonstration to see exactly, if she recalls, what that looked like?
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Headspeth, when you had discussed earlier that after the shooting, the defendant was manipulating the gun,
Mhm.
can you describe with your hands or however you think would assist you with that for the court?
He had the gun, he was doing like this, like he would jam, he had to turn like this. He kept doing like, try to squeeze it, like it was jammed or something. Kept doing this.
All right, and so if I ask a follow-up question, either counsel can feel it can have the opportunity to object before it's answered, just an FYI. And so when he's holding the gun at that moment, are you saying that he was squeezing the trigger in your view?
Like like the first time he tried to squeeze it and the gun didn't go off. So then when he had turned it to the side, like he tried to adjust it or something. I don't know.
All right, and when he was attempting to squeeze the trigger, where was the firearm pointed?
Behind Greg heads again.
All right. And Mr. Atkins, you can follow up with that if you need to.
Your Honor, just want the record to reflect that the witness, Ms. Headspeth, made with her hands a depiction of what would be a gun and was rotating her hands left to right.
Mhm.
All right, so before we go into cross-examination, we need to take 5.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, all right, we'll be back in 5. You need to go to the bathroom.
He says he's making sure.
can see chicken out for him. But it's so. She already knows. Violent or aggressive towards him. Because I'm confused. Just didn't say, it just came out.
So you're gonna laugh at me at this. So when I was in, our first stop in Norway, there's this city called Bergen. So here I am. So I'm on my scooter. Okay. Because my feet were like swollen from being in the high elevation, 30,000 feet for like 8 hours. So here I am on my scooter and I'm and we're going down Bergen, trying to get to some. I got out.
You obviously, you're on this. This helps me a lot.
Cross. So,
No.
but it was blinking, which to me meant that I only had like a limited.
You got it in the kitchen, and you got all my stuff out.
I'm on the scooter and I see the green guy blinking. I'm revving it. I'm gunning it. I'm on my scooter crossing. I get halfway across the street and the green guy stops blinking and it's the red guy or the red that signifies stop. So I'm thinking, well, I'm halfway across the street. What am I going to do? Stop in the middle of the street? So this car is going in the other direction. And he starts like he's like trying to run me down or something. And
Are there people walking alongside?
no, well, my wife and my son were behind me, but this guy was like, he was trying to like demonstrate to me that I'm in the wrong. So he wasn't trying to run me down, but he was like driving up to me, doing like that kind of thing,
Oh, that's too much.
and he was definitely not from Norway. He was a foreigner. Not that doesn't mean that a Norwegian wouldn't do that too. But I have a feeling someone from Norway wouldn't be that hostile.
Yes.
So here I am, and I'm like, what am I supposed to do? Turn around and go back, So finally he stopped and I went on ahead and I'm thinking to myself, hello. What's wrong with these people? But question, you indicated that you were in this room with your two kids, correct?
Mhm.
And your mother, right?
Yes,
Okay. And my client, correct?
yes,
And your mother's boyfriend, Gregory Perez, is that correct?
yes,
Nobody else was present, is that accurate?
yes.
Okay. And this was in a hotel room, right?
Mhm.
And approximately what time of day are we talking about when this all unfolded? Are we talking morning, afternoon, evening, roughly ballpark?
Maybe 3 o'clock, 3:30. By the time it happened, by the time I got off.
Okay. Are we talking 3:30 PM or AM?
PM.
Okay. So it's still daylight.
Right.
Okay. And and you had asked my client to go get some marijuana. Is that correct?
Yes,
You gave him $15 for that purpose. Is that right?
I think so. 15 or 10. I think
Okay.
it was 10.
And had you guys done that before on previous occasions where you give him some money to go purchase some marijuana and come back and
Yes.
okay. And when you would do that on prior occasions, would it be with you and my client, or would Mr. Perez and your mom also kind of participate in that activity?
It be me and him sometimes. My mom and Greg, my mom boyfriend, my mom and did. She didn't do it.
Okay. How about your mom's boyfriend, Mr. Perez?
Yes, him. Yeah.
Okay. And you indicated that Mr. Perez and your mom had been a boyfriend and girlfriend for many years. Is that correct?
Mhm.
And roughly how long had you guys been? Well, let me rephrase this. Were you all actually like living in that hotel room, or were you just there for like a night or two?
We was there till my aunt tried to get together, get finished.
Okay. All right. And about how long had you guys been residing in that setting at that hotel prior to this actual incident? Roughly a few
January
weeks.
4th.
Pardon?
January 4th.
Are we talking a few weeks, a few months, roughly?
Just a couple weeks.
Okay. And before then, where had you guys been living?
Me and my friend was staying together,
Okay.
and my mom and Greg was staying with Greg's friend.
And how about your brother?
He was staying with my mom and Greg.
And after you had given your brother some money to purchase marijuana, you testified that he came back, but not with marijuana. Is that correct?
Right.
But he had some sort of a pipe or something like that. Is that right?
This pack of cigars.
Okay, a pack of cigars. And you indicated that around that time frame when he came back, well, let me ask you this question. When he came back, where were you situated in the hotel? Were you on a bed, standing up?
I was laying down on the bed.
Okay. And you already indicated where, et cetera, correct?
Mhm.
And where was Mr. Perez, your mom's boyfriend, situated when my client returned to the hotel?
He was sitting at the end of the bed by her.
Okay. And your two kids, where were they?
They was at the foot on the bed that I was laying at.
Okay. And after he came back, what did he do next, or what happened next, if you can recall?
He had put the pack of cigars on the bed, and he told me that he couldn't find no weed. And so then he proceeded to go to where Mr. Gray was sitting at, and he asked my mom if she gonna pray for him.
Okay, so he asked your mom if she would pray for
Correct.
Mr. Perez. And when he asked your mom that question, where was Mr. Perez?
Sitting down at the end of the bed,
And where was your brother?
standing behind him.
Okay, now you testified that he had a gun pointed at Mr. Perez, is that correct?
Yes,
And you indicated that it was pointed at his head, is that correct?
it was pointed back at his head.
Was the gun touching Mr. Perez's head or not, or if you can recall?
It looked like it was.
Okay. And was it the head, the neck? Do you remember where on
It's
Mr.
like right back here.
the rear of the head? Is that
Mhm.
fair to say?
Hmm.
Now, you testified that you hadn't seen your brother with this gun before. Is that correct?
I haven't, no.
Now, After you saw your brother pointing the gun at Mr. Perez, what happened next?
This when he asked my mom, can she pray for him? He asked her 2 times. And that's when I had got up and I put my kids in the bathroom. Well, I proceeded to put my kids in the bathroom at first, and he told me to sit down. I sat down and I waited, and I got back up, and because I was like, it wasn't going nowhere. So let me go put my kids in the restroom. I put them in the restroom, and that's when I seen him standing by my mom, and he had his finger pointing at her face.
Now, at that point, when he had his finger pointed at your mother's face, were your children in the bathroom?
Yes,
And so they were, they never saw, as far as you can tell, the actual shooting incident itself. Is that correct?
right.
And the bathroom door was closed, so they couldn't see out of the bathroom. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if you can recall, roughly how long were they in the bathroom during that time frame before they came out? When they went in and then they came out, approximately how much time transpired, if you can recall, between when the kids went in the bathroom and when they exited the bathroom?
Maybe 15, 30 minutes.
Okay. And after you saw your brother pointing his finger at your mother, what happened next?
She said, really, you putting your finger in my face, John? And he looked at her, and then he raised the gun, he shot her in her face.
Okay. And did you hear the shots?
Yes.
Did you actually see that?
Yes.
And when that took place, if you can recall, where was Mr. Perez situated in the room?
He was still standing next to John.
Pardon?
He was sitting next to John, my mom. He was still sitting down.
And did he react, or how did he respond, if you recall, to that actual shooting that you observed?
I don't recall.
And after the, how many shots did you hear discharge?
One.
What happened next after that?
She stood, as he had shot her, she stood up, she grabbed her face, and she was going like falling forward, and Mr. Perez tried to grab her like for falling. And that's when I seen John try to get the gun, like he was trying to clock it back or again or something to shoot Greg. By that time, that's when I ran out the door.
Okay. So so you're saying that after you saw your brother shoot your mom, it looked from what you could tell that he was trying to shoot Mr. Perez.
Mhm.
And when Mr. Perez tried to kind of keep your mom from falling, was he successful from your vantage point? Did it look like he was able to keep her from falling or not?
He called her. He called her for falling all the way, and they went down together.
They both fell to the floor together?
Mhm.
When it comes to their falling onto the floor, do you recall who hit the floor first? Was it Mr. Perez or was it your mother, if you
I
can recall?
don't remember.
Pardon?
I don't remember.
Okay. But it is your testimony that they both actually fell to the ground.
Mhm.
Do you recall whether Mr. Perez sustained any injuries secondary to the fall? When he fell to the ground, did he get hurt from what you can tell?
No.
Did he get blood from your mother on his clothes as a result of that? If you know, could you see any blood on his clothes?
I think he did had it on his hands. I think he had on his clothes.
At any point during this incident, did you see Mr. Perez and your brother engage in any physical struggle?
No.
Did they have any kind of exchange of words to indicate that they were having some sort of an argument or some sort of verbal altercation from what you can tell?
No.
Did you witness or observe any kind of verbal confrontation between your brother and your children during that day?
No.
And you testified that the relationship between your brother and your children generally was a positive one.
Yes.
In fact, you indicated that the relationship between your brother and your mother was a positive one. Is that correct?
Yes.
But there might have been a little bit of friction between your brother and Mr. Perez?
Yes,
And how about your relationship with your brother?
we was good.
And after you heard the shooting, you indicated that your brother left the hotel room. Is that correct?
After he had chased me, yes,
Okay. So who left the room first, you or your brother?
I did.
And you testified that he then chased you. Is that right?
Yes,
And were you running? Were you walking briskly? Can you describe your gait, how you were walking?
I was running.
And where were you walking to? Was it to the elevators?
I was just running out the room. I was just trying to get away so he could come out the room with me.
So your brother could come out?
Yes,
Was that your purpose of running out of the room, to kind of draw your brother out?
yes.
And about how far did you run down the hall before he caught up with you, if you can recall?
When I heard the shot, I had stopped right then.
When you heard the shot, you'd stopped.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And when you heard the shot, where were you situated?
My back was facing towards him and I had turned around.
So when you heard the shot, your back was facing your brother. Is that correct?
Yes,
So if you heard the shot and your back was facing your brother, then wouldn't it be the case you didn't see the shooting itself? Is that fair to say?
I didn't see it, but I heard it.
Okay. So you didn't see the shooting, but you heard it with your ears. Is that correct?
Yes.
And how much time transpired, if you can remember? How much time went by, if you can remember, between when you actually heard the shooting and when you exited the room, when you left the room itself?
A couple of seconds.
Okay, so you immediately ran out of the room, is that right?
Yes,
And then you started running down the hall, is that correct?
yes,
And then your brother ran after you?
yes.
And how far did you run before he caught up with you?
Maybe a second. He was right behind me.
Do you know whether the door closed before he came out after you, or did he come out of the room before the door even closed? Do you recall?
No,
And was there anybody else in that hallway when you were running down that hallway and your brother was behind you, if you can remember?
no.
And you said that he took your cell phone, is that correct?
Yes.
How was that? What do you recall about the circumstances as far as how he got your cell phone?
He said, give me your phone. I gave him my phone.
And did he use a gun? What was he doing with the gun when he did that? Or did he even have the gun?
He had the gun still in his hands. And he was like, give me your phone. I gave him my phone. And he ran back towards the other end of the hall.
And what did you do next?
I ran in the room.
Okay. Now he never actually pointed the gun at you and shot you. Or shot at you? Is that correct? As far as you know, he never shot at you. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
He did?
I mean, I didn't see him shoot at me, no, because my back was facing him.
Okay. So you don't
I
have
just
any-
heard a gunshot.
You heard a gunshot,
Hmm.
and that was the shot that killed your mother, correct?
No, that's the gunshot. He was chasing me down the hallway.
Okay. So while he was chasing you down the hallway, you heard a gunshot. Is that fair to
Mhm.
say?
Yes,
But you didn't see him shooting at you, correct?
right.
As far as you know, he could have been shooting in a totally different direction, correct?
Probably
didn't
so.
see it,
I didn't see it.
And in fact, you never actually saw him shoot your mother. You just heard that when the gunshot went off, correct?
I seen when he shot my mom.
Okay. Now, isn't it true that before he shot your mother and Mr. Perez were violently attacking him?
No,
That's not true.
that's not true.
And isn't it true that you told the police that wasn't attacking, that your mother and Mr. Perez were not attacking your brother because you're mad at him because he killed your mother? Isn't that correct?
No.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Your Honor, redirect. Ms. Headspeth, how close was the defendant to your mother when he shot her?
He was standing in front of her.
if you had to put it in words, how close was it? In terms of how close
Maybe
to
one,
his mother?
like, they was touched, like, right here. This mic close to me right here,
So would it
in inches.
inches? Okay.
Mhm.
And after you heard the shot and you stopped, when you first saw your brother, what was he doing with the firearm?
When he came out of the room with me,
Yes, when you're in the hallway and you
Mhm.
are running away and you hear the gunshot,
Mhm.
the first moments you see your brother, what was he doing with the firearm?
I know he had on the side he had it in his hands and he had the gun to the side when I turned around.
What was going through your mind when you were running out of the room?
I want him out the room, try to get him out the room. And if he gonna kill me, he gonna kill me out here in the hallway.
So emotionally, were you?
I was scared.
And after you heard the gunshot, what was going through your mind in the hallway?
I was scared. I just stopped. I didn't know what to do.
And when he told you to give him your cell phone, did you feel like that? How did you take that?
I gave it to him.
And what was going through your mind when you gave it to him?
I know that's an iPhone. The police could track that iPhone. So if he would have ran, he wouldn't got far with it.
And why do you think he wanted your phone?
Objection relevance.
I have no idea.
Oh, hold up, just a moment, ma'am.
Speculation.
All right, Mr. Atkins.
Your Honor, if she's able to answer it, if she had any knowledge of why he wanted the phone.
All right, overruled. Ma'am, you can answer that if you are able to. The question was, I believe.
Why he wanted the phone? I have no idea why he wanted the phone.
And how did, when he asked you for the phone, the moments before that, the shot in the room and what you have described in the hallway, how did that, did you feel like the phone was, giving him the phone was something you could do? Was it an option? Was it not an option? Was it voluntary? Was it involuntary? How did you yourself perceive that?
I mean, he just asked for the phone. I gave him the phone. I didn't think, I gave it to him voluntarily.
And did you think he would shoot you if you did not?
Objection leading.
Yes.
Sustained. So re-ask the question, Mr. Atkins.
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Headspeth, what did you think would happen if you did not give him the phone in that moment?
I have no idea.
What was going through your mind of what could happen?
Maybe he'll shoot me in this hallway or go back in the room, try to kill my kids. I don't know.
And when you're in the hallway and the defendant's in the hallway, did you see anyone else? Was there anyone else in the hallway?
I didn't see nobody.
No further questions, Your Honor.
One for me, ma'am, when you're in the hallway and you hear this second shot,
Mhm.
before you turn around, at any point, do you hear around you or see anything that gives you any idea to know where the shot went?
No.
And did you ever see a marking in the hallway somewhere or a bullet hole of some kind?
No, I didn't see no.
All right. Anyone want to follow up anything from there? Any recross?
Not from the state, Your Honor.
Nor from the defense, Your Honor.
Okay. Can this witness be excused, Mr. Atkins?
Yes, Your Honor. The only thing I was thinking of is if she would be a witness that if the state may like to have her as a rebuttal if the defendant were to take the stand.
Well, it's purely your decision. So it's just,
Yeah.
yes or no.
No, Your Honor.
All right. So, ma'am, you still are under the demands of the subpoena in this case. So we'd ask that you please do not discuss your testimony with any other witnesses. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Your Honor, the state calls Terrence Clay to the stand.
You swear or affirm that the testimony you should give in court is the truth, the whole truth, and the truth? Yes. Spell first and last name for the record.
Terrence, first name is Terence, Terrance. Last name is Clay, Clay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Clay, or good morning. Can you please state where you're currently employed?
I'm currently employed with Shrive Hospitality, which is owner of Motel 6 and Efficiency Lodges.
And what locations do you work at?
The airport in Carrollton, Georgia.
And what do you do? Like, what is your role in that company?
My present role in this company now is general manager. At this particular time, I was guest service agent.
And did you ever work at the Motel 6 at 1377 Virginia Avenue?
Yes.
Were you working there, or where were you working January 27th of 2021?
Motel 6.
And when you worked at that location on that date, what was your role then?
It was guest service agent.
And in the hotel, where would you typically, what part of the hotel would be kind of your home base or your workstation?
The front office, which is on the first floor.
Turning your attention to January 27th, 2021, were you working that date at the Motel 6?
Yes.
Do you remember when you started your shift that day?
I was working a 3 to 11 shift, so it started at 3 p.m.
3 p.m. to 11 at night?
At night, yes.
And did anything unusual happen during your shift?
Other than the phone call that I received about the gunfire in the room.
What do you remember when you received that phone call?
I can't remember the exact time point.
Do you remember who you spoke with?
I spoke with the young lady. She stated that she was the
Objection hearsay.
daughter.
Just a moment, sir.
Your Honor, it's the state's position and could lay more foundation that he's speaking with Vernice Headspeth when she was in an excitable state, having witnessed her mother being shot. So the state would argue this is an excited utterance.
All right, let's lay the foundation.
Yes, Your Honor. Sir, when you spoke without getting into yet what she told you, what was her demeanor when this lady called you?
She was very excited when she called me.
And by excited, is there any other word you would use to describe that?
She was basically she wasn't screaming, but she made the call important.
And did her demeanor on that phone call, was that usual or unusual for you working?
It was unusual.
Your Honor, the state.
So just continue ahead. We'll see if you get another objection.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Clay, do you know her name or what room this lady called you, who she was?
I didn't know who she was, but she let me know that her mom was in room 318 and the incident that occurred.
What did she tell you on that phone call?
Objection hearsay.
All right, overruled.
On that phone call, she informed me that her mother had been shot.
And what did you do upon receiving that information?
Once I took it in, I immediately hung up the phone with her, called 911 from my cell phone, and I proceeded to head to room 318.
Your Honor, the state's going to publish what's been, or how quickly did you get up to the room, sir?
It took about, more than about 2-3 minutes because I had to ride the elevator up.
And what did you see when you got to the room?
Once I got to the room, knocked on the door, child opened the door. The mother was on the ground, and And the boyfriend was holding her head with a sheet and she had blood coming out of her head.
And did you interact with the lady who had called you to come up to the room?
I didn't.
Was she there?
I really can't recall, was she there? I remember seeing the mom, the boyfriend, and a child.
And how did the door get opened? Did you open it or did someone open it
No,
for you?
the child opened the door.
And do you remember how many children you saw?
I believe it was 2.
And were they able to witness what you witnessed?
Objection,
yes.
speculation.
So let's lay the foundation for how he believes they would have been able to witness what they witnessed.
Yes, Your Honor. Sir, with these children you saw, where were they located in the room when you witnessed the lady bleeding on the floor?
Well, one of them opened the door. So the mother was right by the door. And then the other child was further into the room where they were still in eyesight of the grandmother being on the floor.
And if you had to ballpark roughly how many feet away this other child was?
Probably no more than about 10 feet, if anything.
And you had stated what did you use to call 911?
My cellular phone.
State is publishing what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 3.
Yes, ma'am. How you doing? This is Terence Clay. I'm calling from the Motel 6, 1377 Virginia Avenue. And I'm calling because the victim on the 3rd floor, room 318, says that her brother shot her mother in the face, and there is a lot of blood on the floor, and the woman's on the floor, and she's bleeding out of her facial area.
Okay, yes, we do have the officers in route. You said you were the front desk?
I'm sorry, ma'am?
I said, yes, we do have PD en route, sir. You said.
Okay, thank you so much.
Desk?
Yes, ma'am, front desk.
All right.
All right.
And Mr. Clay, was that you on that phone call?
Yes, that's me.
And what happened after you made that phone call?
After I made that phone call, I immediately got to the room. I witnessed everything. By the time I finished up, East Point got there roughly about 5 minutes after.
And I wanted to hand you State's Exhibit 29. Can you look at that and look up at me when you're done? And sir, do you recognize that?
Yes, that's the rear exit door.
How do you recognize it?
Because of the exit sign and the room number. That's when you in the high numbers, you at the end of the hallway.
And is it a fair and accurate depiction of the stairwell or exit sign in the hotel?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would move to admit State's Exhibit 29 into evidence.
No objection.
Admitted.
Publishing State's Exhibit 29. And Mr. Clay, in this photograph, where or what floor is this in the hotel?
This is the 3rd floor.
And is room 318, is that on or not on this hallway?
That's on this hallway.
And where does that stairwell go to?
This stairwell dumps you on the back end of the hotel, on the back side, close to, I can't remember the name of the street, but it's right by it's a Circle K and another gas store that's right there.
You remember what that other gas store is?
Shell.
And how far is that Shell gas station from where that stairwell exit put you out at?
I would say about, give and take, at least about 50 feet.
And if someone were to use this stairwell and go outside the building, would you see them or not see them from if you're at the front desk?
At the front desk, no, I wouldn't see them.
No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you, sir. But stay seated.
Just a moment, sir. This moment, there's a cross-examination.
Sure.
All right, Mr. Marks.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have no questions for this witness.
All right, can this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. All right, my thought was, I don't know, depending on the nature of the next witness, perhaps we could still get through a direct and break around 12:30.
I think that I expect them to be relatively brief, Your Honor.
All right,
The state calls Detective Njoku to the stand.
We swear or affirm that the testimony you should be in the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth of it. You may be seated. State and spell first and last name for the record.
I'm Detective Ishka Njoku. My first name is ISCAH. My last name is NJOKU.
Good afternoon, Detective Njoku. How are you?
I'm great.
Where are you currently employed?
East Point Police Department,
And how long have you been employed there?
5 years.
And where are you currently assigned?
CID,
And when did you become assigned to CID?
2 weeks ago.
Where did you work before then?
FOD, patrol.
Patrol?
Mhm.
And did you work with any law enforcement agencies before East Point?
Yes.
Which ones?
Atlanta,
How long did you work with them?
2 years.
And what was in January 27th of 2021, where would you have been working? Like what part of East Point Police Department?
On the streets, I'm FOD, patrol.
Are you post-certified?
Yes.
Were you post-certified on January 27th of 2021?
Yes.
Turning your attention to that day, were you working this date?
Yes.
How did you become involved in this case?
I was dispatched to a call,
Where were you dispatched to?
Motel 6 in Virginia.
What's the address of that?
Motel 6, 1377.
let's pause there for a moment.
The question was, where was the address, or was that located? He said Motel 6, Huntsville.
Motel 6, 1377 Virginia Avenue,
And what county is that?
East Point, Georgia.
What county is it in?
14.
And what, in general, information, what kind of call were you responding to?
I was responding to a person shot call.
When you arrived, when you arrived to that hotel, was there any other law enforcement on scene at that time?
No, it was just me.
So were you the first on scene?
Yes.
And were you wearing your body worn camera at that time?
Yes, I was.
I'm handing what's been marked as State's Exhibit 7. Detective Njoku, can you look at that and let me know when you're ready? How do you recognize that?
This is the body camera video footage
And how do you know that?
because I reviewed it.
And is there any markings on that?
Yes, I signed it.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of your body worn camera related to this case?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit State's Exhibit 7 into evidence.
No objection.
Permitted.
Thank you. Your Honor, the state's going to publish the initial portion of this exhibit right now. I've spoken with defense counsel, but we'll play the initial part with sound, but will not play the entirety of the video.
And is that because of evidentiary concerns?
It is because of a hearsay in the video, Your Honor. The
All
state
right.
does believe the initial part, there's excited utterance that satisfy the hearsay requirements.
So we'll just, again, note for the record when you press play the time markers.
Yes, Your Honor.
Hey, y'all talk. Yes. 318? Open the door. Mama, please, mama. Okay, what happened?
My brother shot him.
Who shot?
My brother shot my mama in her face.
Where is he?
I don't know. He gone. He took my phone. He gone.
Okay, you got. What's her name?
Beverly.
Wait, don't. Well, we got an ambulance on the way. 22, she alert. Conscious and breathing. Can you speak?
Mama, calm down, mama. Calm down, mama, please. Calm down, mama. Calm down, mama.
What's her name?
Beverly.
She got an ID? She got an ID?
Her name Beverly, baby. Her name Beverly.
Stopped it at 1 minute and 45 seconds, Your Honor. State. So, Your Honor, I'm publishing silently at the 10:03 mark.
And Mr. Atkins, just again, so we can have total clarity here. Do we believe that the portions that were not published are admissible or inadmissible? Are they admissible even if they're on mute?
The state definitely believes that they would be, the entirety of this video would be admissible if on mute. There may even be more portions that would satisfy a requirement, but the state abbreviated it for purposes they thought were most relevant.
All right, thank you, sir.
Yes, Your Honor. Detective Njoku, with State Exhibit 7, your body cam, is that the scene you responded to on January 27th?
Yes, sir.
And who was, when you interacted with the first lady you encountered, what was her name?
Bernice.
And when you first interacted with her, what was her demeanor?
Okay.
What was her demeanor or emotions?
She was very emotional. Very emotional. She was in shock and stuff.
And when you respond to a scene like that, what are some of the initial steps that you try to do? or in terms of like when you come to a scene of person shot and you walk in the room, what are some things that you are trying to
You gotta
establish?
secure the scene and get all the very information.
And how quickly did other officers respond to the scene after you arrived?
They responded back immediately, quickly.
I'm so sorry, I didn't catch your name.
Which part?
Any of it, I didn't hear you. If you could just project your voice a little bit louder, I didn't hear your response.
Okay. Which part did you didn't hear?
Can you re-ask the question, Mr. Atkins?
Yeah, yes, Your Honor. How quickly did other officers respond once you got on scene?
They arrived immediately.
And in this incident, what was the crime scene?
It was inside room 318.
And did you have any involvement with getting any of the medical personnel to come or not?
I did.
And did they arrive?
Yes, they did.
And who else did you notify or make aware once you got on scene?
The detectives.
And did anyone else within East Point arrive as well?
Yes.
What other positions in the department came?
My supervisor came and the head detective came.
Did anyone from crime scene tech come?
Yes.
And was there anything that you noticed in the hallway outside of the room?
It was shell casings.
And did you notify crime scene tech about what was found?
Yes.
And when y'all come to a scene like this, do you recall how they came to your attention? Did someone let you know? Were you walking around? How did you find those in the hallway?
Bernice had told us that her brother had shot at her.
And with that information, did y'all go out and what did you do with that information in the hallway?
We went out in the hallway to look for shell casings.
Did you have a suspect on scene while you were there?
No, we did not.
Did you have a suspect developed?
Yes.
And when you notify detectives, is that via phone or radio?
Radio.
One moment, Your Honor. Did you, when you got into the room, did you locate any firearms in the room?
No, we did not.
Did you notice any firearms with any of the people that were in the room at that time?
No.
Did you notice any other weapons in the room?
No.
Did you and officers on scene, look through the room when you were there?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Did you see like any soda beverages or food packages or anything like that indicate that there was maybe food or things consumed, like cans of soda or anything like that? No? Yes?
I don't remember seeing soda.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Can this witness be excused, Mr. Atkins?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Dak. You can step down and have a good day. All right, Mr. Atkins, where do you think we are? Do we want to try and take up another witness, or is this a good time for a break?
The next witness, Your Honor, it's the crime scene tech. And so it may be about 30 minutes, 25 minutes, Your Honor. So the state is comfortable either way.
Mr. Marks, any preference?
No, we have no preference, Judge.
All right, let's get started with the crime scene tech.
Okay, yes, Your Honor. The state calls crime scene tech Hurt to the stand.
testimony.
I do.
Have a seat.
Thank you.
State, spell your first and last name for the record.
Sheena Hurt. Sheena, Sheena, Hurt, Hurt.
How are you doing, crime scene tech Hurt?
I'm good.
Can you state where you currently work?
East Point Police Department,
And how long have you worked there?
15 years.
And what is your current capacity?
I am a crime scene tech,
And how long have you been a crime scene tech?
15 years.
And as part of a crime scene tech, can you describe kind of what type of training you have to be a crime scene tech?
Okay. There's on the job training for 3 months, and then we go to Forsyth and complete 9 courses in order to receive our certification from the state.
And is part of that training entail collecting evidence?
Yes.
Does part of that training, what other type of topics or items are you trained on?
Photography, collecting and preserving evidence, of course, crime scene processing.
Your Honor, the defense will stipulate that this witness is an expert when it comes to being a crime scene technician.
Mr. Atkins, are you taking defense up on that proposition?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So you're tendering her as an expert witness or just
Well,
laying
I'm
that
actually not
foundation?
tendering as an expert witness, but I wanted to lay a little bit of foundation, Your Honor. Turning your attention to January 27th, how did you get involved in this case?
I was dispatched to this location.
And what location were you dispatched to?
I didn't bring my.
Is there anything
notes.
that would refresh your recollection?
Yes, it was the Motel 6.
Yep. And what would help you refresh your recollection on the location of that? Is there any item or document that would help refresh your memory?
Yes, my report.
Your Honor, the state's handing State's Exhibit 65, which is to the witness.
Okay.
And crime scene tech Hurt, can you use that if it refreshed your recollection, just look up at me, or if it does not, and let me know when your memory is refreshed.
Okay. Yes. Okay.
Thank you. What was the location you responded to?
1377 Virginia Avenue.
And when you got there, what did you do?
When I got there, I met with the responding officer.
And why is that important to meet with them when you first get to a scene?
The responding officer debriefs me when I get there to inform me of what has occurred.
That makes sense. And after getting debriefed, what did you do on scene?
When I got on the scene and after meeting the responding officer, I began taking photos of the crime scene to get the original state of the crime scene.
handing, thank you, handing the witness what's been marked as, or State's Exhibit 8, 10, 12 through 14, 22 through 28, 30 through 34, and 36 through 42. And crime scene tech Hurt, can you look through those items? And then once you've looked through them all, just look up at me when you're done. What are those?
These are photos from the crime scene.
And how do you recognize them?
I recognize taking these photos.
And are they a fair and accurate representation of the crime scene photographs you took related to this case?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit State's Exhibit 8, 10, 12 through 14, 22 through 28, 30 through 34, and 36 through 42 into evidence.
Let me back up there. I lost you at 28. What was after 28?
30 through 34, Your Honor,
All right, Mr. Marks,
No objection.
so admitted.
and 36 through 42, Your Honor.
And any objection to that, Mr.
No,
Marks?
no, Your Honor.
All right, so also 36 through 42.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mhm.
Publishing State's Exhibit 8. And crime scene tech Hurt, is this the room that you, what is this depicted in State's Exhibit 8?
This is an overall picture of the exterior of the room.
And is this the room you responded to?
Yes.
Publishing State's Exhibit 12. And what does this depict?
This is an overall photo of the interior of the room.
Publishing State's Exhibit 13. Why did you take this photograph?
This is an overall photo of the room. At this point, I'm taking overalls from various angles.
Publishing State's Exhibit 22. And what is this crime scene tech Hurt on the floor?
This is an overall photo of what appeared to be blood on the floor.
Publishing State's Exhibit 23. And is this a close-up of that crime scene tech Hurt?
It is.
With the photographs that you took, did you take any photographs outside the room in the hallway?
I did.
And is this a photograph of what is this a photograph of?
This is an overall photo of the hallway.
And was there anything noted out in the hallway that stood out that you took a
Yes.
photograph of? What were some of the things that stood out?
I was advised that there was a shell casing, one shell casing and one live round bullet.
And when you became, I will get to that in 1 second, crime scene tech. I'm publishing State's Exhibit 26. What does this depict? State's Exhibit 26.
Yes, this is a photo of what appeared to be a defect in the carpet in the hallway.
What are some possible, what did you take could be some possibilities of this defect?
Objection,
It's a-
speculation.
I think we've laid the foundation for her qualifications in analyzing crime scenes. So I'll overrule that.
Crime scene tech hurt. Where in the hallway in relation to room 318 was this defect in the carpet?
The location is past the room going towards the door towards the stairwell.
Publishing State's Exhibit 28. In relation to what you were just describing, what compared to room 318, is this heading in the direction you found the defect or the opposite way?
This is going in the direction of what appeared to be the defect in the carpet.
And what I'm publishing State's Exhibit 30, what does this depict?
Yes, that is a photo of what appeared to be damage to the door frame.
Publishing State's Exhibit 32. What are some, what does this depict?
This is a close-up photo of what appeared to be damage to the door frame,
Which door frame are we talking about here?
to the stairwell at the end of the hallway.
And based on your training and experience, is that consistent or inconsistent with a possible gunshot?
It appears to be consistent with resulted from a bullet.
And in relation, turning back to, you had mentioned the shell casing and bullet found, published in State's Exhibit 34. What does this picture depict?
Yes, this is a photo of yellow placards that were placed down to label the live round bullet and the shell casing that was located in the hallway. And it's yellow numbered markers 1 and yellow number marker 2.
Published in State's Exhibit 36. And crime scene tech hurt. I know it's a little hard with being grainy, but photograph. Where in relation to the room, to room 318 are the placards? Like roughly how far away are they as depicted in this exhibit?
I would say roughly about 5 feet from the room. So this photo is showing relatively where the shell casing and the live round is from the room.
And is from this vantage point of this exhibit, room 318 right there, and where those placards are, is the defect in the wall that we had just talked about a couple minutes ago, is that at the end of this hallway or going the other direction?
It's at the end of the hallway.
Publishing States Exhibit 37. So which of these crime scene tech hurt, what is one? Is one the bullet or the shell casing?
One is the bullet.
And what is two?
2 is the shell casing.
Published in States Exhibit 39. What does States Exhibit 39 depict?
It's a photo of a yellow numbered marker 1 with the live round bullet,
And what type of live round bullet is it?
9mm.
And Publishing States Exhibit 41. What does this depict?
This is a photo of yellow numbered marker 2 labeling the shell casing.
And after you took photographs of these, the bullet and the shell casings, what did you do with those items, if anything?
I collected the live round and put it in a envelope, labeled it 1 to correspond with yellow number marker 1. Then I also collected the shell casing, put it in an envelope, labeled the envelope 2 to correspond with yellow number marker 2.
And once you collected these items, what did you do with them?
They were transported to the East Point Police Department.
Handing you what's been marked as States Exhibit 43.
Okay.
Please take a look at that and look up at me when you're ready. What is States Exhibit 43?
This is the packaging with the live round and the casing.
How do you recognize it?
I labeled the baggage with the case number, the date, location, also stating the city of East Point, Fulton County, 1 9mm live bullet, 1 9mm bullet shell casing. It also has a seal, evidence seal with the case number and a red evidence tag is also included and labeled with case number, the items, the 9mm live bullet, 9mm bullet shell casing, location, city, county, date, and offense, victim, suspect, and also my name.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of the shell casing and bullet you collected in this case?
Yes.
The state moves to admit States Exhibit 43 into evidence.
No objection.
Admitted.
What did you do after, or where did you take these items?
I took them to the crime scene office. Our office is locked and secured.
And what happens when you take them there?
I then do the packaging. I actually look at the evidence to make sure that I'm putting the right labels on the envelopes and writing out what is actually in the baggage, and also on, the property sheet so that it can be properly submitted into the evidence locker for storage.
Handing the witness what's been marked as State's Exhibit 60. Crime scene tech, what is, or do you recognize State's Exhibit 60?
I do.
What is it?
This is a East Point Police Department evidence property, evidence sheet.
And is it is it related or unrelated to the items we just discussed?
It's related.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of the property and evidence receipt connected with this case?
It is.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit State's Exhibit 60 into evidence.
Objection.
Admitted.
One brief moment, Your Honor. No further questions.
You noticed a bunch of defects, or at least one defect at the end of the wall, is that right?
Yes,
You took a picture of that, correct?
I did.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but you noted that that's consistent with a gunshot fired, is that correct?
In my report, it appears to be a defect in the carpet and it appears to be damage in the door frame.
Okay,
Mhm.
and that, in your opinion, will be consistent with the gunshot fire?
Well, it appeared to be evidential to the crime scene,
Okay, meaning that, can you elaborate?
meaning that we search beyond just where the incident happened.
Okay.
So our search doesn't stop at the door. We actually search to see if there is any other evidential items that would be supportive to the
And you
incident.
found a defect at the end of the wall, correct?
Yes,
But you don't know what caused that.
no, that's why I stated that there was damage.
And
At
any
the
other
wall.
areas of damage, you wouldn't know what caused that either, correct?
No,
No further questions.
No redirect, Your Honor.
I just want to clarify, I know you laid this out, but I want to make sure I understand. In the hallway, where was the defect in the carpet found approximately?
it was going towards the stairwell.
Did we have any kind of a estimate on distance from the room, distance to the stairwell
I
of where
don't.
that defect is?
I don't.
Did we mark it on a photo?
Yes, Your Honor. And is there anything that would refresh your memory, or would one of the photographs that you took help you?
Whichever exhibit kind of shows it in the hallway. I just want to be able to mark that.
I guess we could see which room number it was in front of.
Yeah, 24. Your Honor, if permitted, I'll publish this exhibit for the court and defense counsel and I. Your Honor, I was only confused because I'm going to ask her some questions.
Sure, yeah, go ahead. I think you know what I'm getting at. I'm
Yes,
just
Your
trying to set the scene here.
Yes, Your Honor. So do you see the defect, or can you mark, and you can actually touch that screen, crime scene tech hurt? Can you mark where, or circle where the defect is? And it has a slight delay, but it should come on.
Okay. Should I try it again?
Bottom of the right-hand corner. Try it now.
I suppose it's just as easier for her to lean back and point at the big screen behind us.
That's, if you want to stand up, you can point at that screen and use that.
Okay, so the defect is here.
All right.
Let the record reflect, she pointed to the,
Because there's a discoloration in the carpet more towards the foreground of the photograph. How about that?
yes, Your Honor.
And this picture is taken from the vantage point where she's about level with the room in question.
I believe so. Crime scene tech hurt, in relation to where you took this photograph, where is room 318?
Is there a better photo that I can?
State's gonna utilize State's Exhibit 36. And I'll hand you State's Exhibit 36 as well.
Okay.
In reference to room 318 depicted in this photograph, do you see the defect in this exhibit?
I don't see it in this photo.
I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 35, which was previously admitted. Would your supplemental report help refresh your recollection?
Well, I think there was a photo with the room numbers going up that were going near the stairwell.
I'm going to give you the admitted exhibits. If you find one that helps you.
Okay.
Just please let us know which one that is.
Okay. Okay. Put mine right here. One right here. Okay. Okay.
Do you know where that discoloration or defect in the carpet was in relation to room 318?
Yeah, it's going
And which of those exhibits best illustrates that point?
28 and 29. You can see that the room numbers are going up and it's going towards the,
Publishing States Exhibit 28.
it's going towards the stairwell. Now, if you look at Exhibit 35, in relation to where the placards is to room 318, the placards are closer to 316.
And between using States Exhibit 35 in relation to where that picture's taken from with 318 being on the right, where is the defect in the carpet? Is it going down this hallway?
It's going down. Mhm.
And is it past or before the placards?
It's past.
And in relation to there's all the way further in this photo, there is what looks to be either a cart or a table compared to the yellow placards in that table or cart. Is it before or after that?
Well, it's not going that direction. It's going the opposite direction. The defects is in the opposite direction because the placards, where the placards are, the numbers are going down. But where the defect is going, the numbers are going up and going towards the staircase.
So is the defect in the carpet, is that part of the carpet pictured in this current States Exhibit 35 or not?
It's not in 35.
Because in this photo, we're not looking at the stairwell, right?
No, you're not looking at the stairwell. Not in 35.
Is there another photo that would help bring this point home the best?
Still 20, 28,
29?
28, 29. And 24.
Publishing States Exhibit 29 will publish States Exhibit 24. In general, that door to the right, or do you see the defect in this? Can you point using the screen behind you where the defect in the carpet is?
The defect is here.
Pointed to the discoloration in the middle, kind of front right of the carpet depicted. And I know you may not know the exact room number, but that room depicted to the immediate right of this photograph. Where is that in relation to room 318? Is 318 down this hallway or behind the person who took this photograph?
Behind.
And if you had to ballpark, about how many rooms back would it be?
I can't tell how many rooms back.
Can you ballpark in feet if you think it would be 10 feet, 20 feet, 50 feet?
I would say about 10 feet. See if there's another photo.
Thank you, crime scene tech Hurt.
All right, Mr. Marks, any recross?
There.
Mr. Atkins, can this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mhm.
What do we think? 45 minutes for lunch?
Whatever you want.
That I think would be perfectly sufficient, Your Honor.
Okay, so we'll be back a little after 1:30.
Okay.
And we'll take up with the state's next witness. All right, thank you all.
Your Honor.
Thank you. I can do later. Okay. Later is fine, whatever. I want to see how long it takes. Yeah, I come back to it. All right, I'll talk to you later. Okay. You grab lunch.
She was going through it, kind of first off, because it took me like 6 times.
Yeah. Sister. That. You want that? I'm good. Thanks. I appreciate it. I'm glad Fonnie Willis is willing to do bench trials in some cases. Paul Howard used to never do it.
Would have done it on this one.
I think. I tried a shoplifting once against George Jenkins. And I'm like, George, it's just benching. He's like, I can't. I said, George, it's a shoplifting case. He's like, I don't have permission to do a bench trial. I said, but it's shoplifting. And we tried it in front of the jury on a shoplifting case. Me and George Jenkins got a lesson included. We actually,
Yes, sir.
that's hilarious. Isn't that insane? So on your next vacation,
I'm trying to plan it now. I just got back from New Orleans last month.
Oh.
But before that, I was in Miami, so I'm due for one.
oh,
You know, we'll see. how
I'm
that
due for one every week, but I can only do once a
goes.
year.
Right.
One a year. I just got done doing a European.
Oh, I think you were telling me that you were gonna do that in one.
We did it, a couple weeks ago. We went to Europe,
Oh, that's beautiful.
It was
Where
nice.
where all did you go?
England and Norway.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Week and a half.
How's the weather? Like, what's it?
Nice. It was in six.
Oh, okay.
We did a 7-night cruise up to the Norwegian.
Okay. I was thinking about maybe taking my kids on it too.
Yeah, we're doing a cruise July next year.
Okay.
June 29th, we're cruising out of Miami. A real premium ship. for 7 nights. And then I want to book a cruise for 2025.
Oh, okay.
Because you know what you say? The earlier you book, the more money you save.
Oh, yeah, definitely. That's
So like I booked this cruise for next year, like 6 months ago. And now it's got a really low rate, but you need to try to go out now. It costs you a fortune. Because we did it early.
Especially for a week.
So for people who really are into cruising, the best thing to do is to book it out like 18 months ahead of time, just book it. And then if you get closer to that time and you don't want to do it, you can always change to a different year.
Yeah. Something. You know, my kids are starting college this year. I mean, this month, August.
Overcome the order.
You still made Mr. Simonoff sit with you, Mr. Marks. You
I
just,
did not make.
you just couldn't fly solo.
No, he just came on his own,
I bet that sounds more like it.
but
Ms. David, one thing I wanted to mention, I didn't realize that there was this rule. I'm supposed to start doing status conferences on motions for new trial to keep things moving. And it
you
looks like
guys
that very
doing?
first one we did together, Morris
Good,
Godfrey,
good.
you know, the double homicide from March.
Arctic.
It looks like that's already coming due for a status conference. So just
Yeah.
FYI,
Yeah.
I know, we're in the pecking order, would you say, there in terms of getting that transcript?
Well, that's 2 minutes.
Well, any idea?
Yeah. he'll
Yeah, sure.
testify.
I'm just wondering like how far down it is, you know? I won't even bother setting the status conference if it's like way at the bottom. Yeah.
How much longer do you guys have before you got to go back to school?
Yeah.
Our last day is Friday.
Wow.
Because all I would say is there's no point in me rushing you because I don't even know if I'm going to get appellate counsel, you know? Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh, really? Okay. Yeah. So you don't need to like rush it or put it at the top of the
From
list.
New Jersey.
That's just
So these things
self.
already
You're
given to
saying
me.
90 days, you think until you would start on it?
But gosh, I graduated law school in 1995 to show you how old I am.
It'll be low threat.
That's a long time ago. But Rutgers Law School in Newark, New Jersey.
September prior.
I'm from that area.
Yeah.
so-
I know those things I imagine.
But,
So,
yeah, I mean, you didn't
so
do
much.
cell phones.
Yeah.
We had computers, but it was just
Yeah.
word processor. They just started using.
What do you, what do you got in mind?
Oh, you know what I did? I used a typewriter. I actually had a typewriter. Because you were allowed to bring a manual typewriter and type your, type up your. So I did that. I was like one of the few.
Because then it would
people
add
that did. I
more on
could
top of
type
more.
quickly.
Yeah.
So for me, typing was easier than actually writing. So I remember I went into a little room.
Oh, really? Okay. Wow.
No laptop. But that was they got rid of the law.
You were doing that?
Place that they built another.
Were you at the popsicle party?
law school building. Peter Ginsburg was a law professor
That
there.
actually makes.
Oh, I can't imagine.
Before I went.
You got to see everybody and then read about them in the paper the next day.
On the wall. Wow, what a beautiful woman.
Interesting as a word.
It's Ruth Bader Ginsburg.
I thought that was cringe is another word.
Gave me a good tip on
Very,
blank spots on the mark.
She was like that the whole time.
Exhibit 68.
Yeah, she just came, and I think she learned her lesson. I think
As a lawyer.
the attention of the world came down upon her. Now,
And I thought she was a great jurist.
What was funny is this morning I had.
Well,
no, she didn't. Oh my god!
I know.
Scratch that.
Now this is-
So technically 43 is the bigger envelope.
Regardless of one.
She asked everyone if they tweeted. Are you kidding me? That is bizarre. And the ADAs didn't try to shut that down.
And then I overheard.
You're allowed to step in and say that's irrelevant. Move on.
I would say, excuse me, and she would say, yes.
Like, I forget what he said, but I had.
Whole process is weird. Yeah.
Only if you don't have a mind, would you rely on the spring?
Yeah, I'm like I said, I'm more just this is my first time.
Yeah, if you Google.
That was my first trial. So obviously
I got to do it.
you can break me in.
I was very ordered. I knew he was trying me now. You can kind of just tell like, okay, this is.
It's pretty wild. The uniform rules says you have to have a status hearing in 120 days. So it's only 4 months later. And that's just a status.
Overturn stuff you don't agree.
But to have some idea of what the time frame's looking like.
So. Working?
Huh.
As you see,
I
we're
love
all,
them to the gym.
Mhm.
and then we're all everywhere else. Give us one more time. It's just.
Yeah, I mean, we've been trying our way out of this problem, so
Wait, I
it
do.
happens.
Yeah.
Trying to.
Yeah.
This is the redacted video.
Okay.
But then with flow comes even more work sometimes, right? Yeah, I know. All right, well, we'll schedule that for a status hearing, but it's probably gonna be more trying to get appellate counsel.
It's just gonna have to do this.
Okay, did we,
Do not do that.
and did we, I honestly don't remember, did we do,
Yeah,
Moss
I don't want to
together?
like jinx and, but, I'll put this over here.
okay. And there's another one from the backlog calendar that I don't know how to get that transcript. Cause I think her equipment all like broke down on the first day of trial or something, but anyway, all right. Is Mr. Headspeth ready to go? We good?
I'm assuming.
Oh,
I
okay.
think the deputies just need to bring them out.
All right, Deputy Scott. All right, let's go back on the record. Before we go into our next witness from the state, is there anything either party wants to raise or address?
No, Your Honor, the only thing being, I'm going to play before I call that witness, one of the last remaining 911 call.
Okay, so that'd be publishing exhibit.
5, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, Mr. Marks, any other issues we need to take up?
No, Your Honor.
All right, well then let's resume the evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. It is going to publish State's Exhibit 5. State is publishing.
It's gonna be your laptop, I think.
That's correct, Your Honor. Thank you. Publishing State's Exhibit 5.
East Point 911. This is
Yes,
County
ma'am.
Secretary first. Okay. East Point 911.
Hello?
Yes.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. There's a shooting at the Motel 6 on Virginia Avenue.
Okay.
It was earlier today. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, so I have a young man, the one that committed I don't know if the lady died or not, but he called me up and he wanted prayer. I prayed with him and stuff. He said he just wanted to turn stuff in. He said he didn't want to, it was his mom. He said it was his mom.
Okay. Where is he?
But I prayed with him, and I have the gun in a bag, and he's here. And I just want,
Where are you?
Excuse me?
Where are you?
I'm at the Shell gas station right across from the Motel 6 on Virginia Avenue.
Which one? Market? Yeah. Okay, so you have him in the car with you at the Shell?
Yeah, he's here. He's here. He's ready. He just wants the police to come get him.
What kind of car are you in?
I'm standing right in the front of the store. As soon as they pull up, they'll see me.
You're on foot?
Yes, ma'am. I'm standing right in the front. I have a black and white coat on. I'm standing outside, and he's in the car. As soon as they pull up, he's going to come out to them. He's waiting for them to pull up.
What kind of car is he in, and what is he wearing?
He has on a red, white, and blue jogging suit, and it's a black car,
What kind of car?
like a black Honda.
Honda?
Can you hear me?
You said a black Honda?
Yes, ma'am. So
Okay.
I'm standing outside right now, and I'm waiting on the police to
What's
pull
your
up so he
name?
can get turned over.
What's your name?
Sean.
Sean? And your last name? Jones?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we'll get someone out, okay?
Thank you.
All right.
Your Honor, the state calls Sergeant Watkins to the stand.
Next week. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you should give a court is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you?
Yes, sir.
All right, you may proceed. Go ahead, Steve.
James Watkins, last name Watkins.
Good afternoon, Sergeant Watkins. Can you please state where you're currently employed?
Currently employed with the City of East Point Police Department,
And how long have you been employed there?
almost 5 years.
And what's your current duty?
I'm a sergeant in the traffic unit.
And what was your duty back on January 27th of 2021?
I was a corporal in the Field Operation Division.
And are you post-certified now?
Yes, sir.
And were you post-certified on January 27th, 2021?
Yes, sir.
And do you have any other prior law enforcement before East Point?
Yes, sir. I actually started in 1992 with the City of Noonan. I also have Coyote County, Peachtree City, Hiram, as well as East Point.
Turning your attention to January 27th, 2021, were you working that day?
Yes, sir, I was.
And how did you get involved in this case?
I was given a call by a dispatch in reference to a male that wanted to turn himself in.
And where did you get dispatched to?
The Shell station on Virginia Avenue, I believe it's 1338.
And what did you encounter when you got to that address?
I just encountered the male subject that was standing by for me. I was given a description, but I can't remember to this day.
And was he, when you encountered him, was he combative, non-combative, compliant,
No, so
non-compliant?
he's very compliant.
Did you notice any injuries on him?
No, sir, I did not.
Did he give you any issues?
No, sir, he did not.
And did you locate, what was his demeanor?
Very calm, very reserved.
Did you locate or retrieve any weapons?
Yes, sir, I did.
What did you retrieve?
I retrieved a handgun.
So Rocky, I'm handing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 47. What is that, Sergeant Watkins?
It's a Springfield 40 caliber
How do you recognize it?
by the markings.
And is this the weapon that you retrieved that day?
Best of my recollection, yes, sir.
And is it a fair and accurate representation of the weapon that you retrieved related to this case?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, the state would move to admit State's Exhibit 47 into evidence.
No objection.
Admitted.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Unless Your Honor tells me otherwise, I was going to put this right here.
It's already been secured and tagged by the sheriff's office, right? All right.
And one second. Sergeant Watkins, what do you do after you retrieve that firearm? What did you do with it?
We logged it. I logged it into evidence
And where did you take it?
to the East Point Police Department.
I'm handing the witness what's been marked as State's Exhibit 61. What is that, Sergeant Watkins?
This is our evidence and property receipt
And how do you recognize it?
by our name at the top of it, plus all the items that we have to fill out.
And is that property receipt related or not related to this case?
It's related to this case.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of the property receipt related to this case?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, the state would move to admit State's Exhibit 61 into evidence.
No objection.
Admitted.
And what is the serial number, Sergeant Watkins, on the firearm that you placed in evidence?
BY 313903.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
When you retrieved that firearm, was there a magazine?
No, sir, there was not.
Was there ammunition?
No, sir, there was not.
And did you notify anyone either when you detained the defendant in the firearm or were heading back?
Once I got back to the jail, or our jail, I notified Detective Williams because she was the one that had the active warrant on.
And after detaining the defendant, securing the firearm and heading back to East Point, did you have any more involvement in this case?
No, sir, did not.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have no questions for this witness.
Mr. Atkins, can Sergeant be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Your Honor, the state calls Detective Williams to the stand.
affirms the testimony should give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. Please state and swear before
Okay. Donna Williams, DONNA WILLIAMS.
Good afternoon, Detective Williams.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state where you currently employed?
I'm currently employed with the Fulton County Solicitor General's office.
And when did you start that position?
Last week, July 19th.
And where did you work before then?
I was employed with the East Point Police Department, City of East Point.
For how many years did you work with East Point?
Approximately 21 years. I retired after 21 years. I went back as a reserve officer in December of 2021. I retired in September the 1st of 2021, but I went back.
And primarily, what was the bulk of your time in East Point? Were you a detective? Were you on patrol?
Detective.
And where were you assigned in January or on January 27th of 2021?
I was assigned to the East Point Police Department Criminal Investigations Division.
And were you post-certified at that time?
Yes, sir.
How did you get involved, or were you working on January 27th, 2021?
Yes, sir.
How'd you get involved with this case?
I was working, I believe, the evening watch shift, and I was alerted that there was the shooting at the Motel 6. And I believe once I came on, officers were already at the scene. And I basically, the victims or the witnesses were transported to the Criminal Investigations Division. It was in what I call Zone 2, and that was my zone I was assigned to. I was coming on shift, so I just took the case.
What time would you typically come on shift?
4 o'clock.
And had you, what is the address or street that this Motel 6 is on?
1377 Virginia Avenue, East Point, Georgia, 30344, Fulton County.
And had you ever had any involvement at that hotel before?
Yes, sir. We've had cases of their shootings. We had death investigations there. I'm pretty familiar with the Motel 6.
How far is the Motel 6 from the East Point Police Department headquarters?
It's a 5-minute drive, maybe 2 miles, 2.5 miles.
And so by the time that you came on shift and got notified about this case, who was the first person related to the case that you spoke with?
The first person related to the case, I believe it was Vernice Headspeth.
And where did you speak with her at?
She was transported to the station, and we have a conference room, and I spoke with her in what we call an interview room.
And
that's located in the Criminal Investigations Division in the police department.
And without getting into what she said, but was she cooperative or uncooperative with you?
She was cooperative.
And who did you speak with after her?
I spoke with Gregoria Mena Perez.
And without getting into what he told you, was he cooperative or uncooperative with your investigation?
He was cooperative.
And after you interviewed, what was your primary goal in speaking with both Vernice Headspeth and Gregory Perez?
To find out what exactly happened at the incident location.
And at the time you were speaking with them, did you have were you aware of where the defendant was?
No, I was told that the defendant had left.
Mr. Atkins.
Your Honor, I will rephrase the question and instruct the witness to answer without hearsay. Detective Williams, without saying what someone told you when you were speaking with Vernice Headspeth and Gregory Perez, did you know if the defendant had been located or not located at that time?
Not at that time. Not at that particular time when I was interviewing them, no.
And did you ever come to learn about the defendant being detained?
Yes, sir. It was after their interviews and after they had left, I believe, the station. It may have been, I interviewed them about 4:41, and I believe maybe the defendant was located about maybe a couple of hours later.
And when you realized the defendant was located, did you ever have an opportunity to speak with him?
I did.
And what were the circumstances of you speaking with him? Where was that?
Basically, I wanted to interview him in regards to what his side of this, what his side of the story, what happened, basically to tell me, just to find out why.
And was your interview with the defendant audio and video recorded?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, the state, so Exhibit 49 as listed in the exhibit list is the entirety of the statement. Per me and defense counsel, Mr. Mark's discussions, the stipulated redactions is going to be marked as State's Exhibit 68. And I'm handing the witness what's been marked as State's Exhibit 49 and 68. Detective Williams, what are those that I handed you?
These are the copies of the interview that I had, that I conducted with the defendant.
And how do you recognize them? How do you recognize those discs as being the?
Because of my handwriting, I initialed and dated.
And were they a fair and accurate representation of your interview with the defendant?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit State's Exhibit 49 and 68 into evidence.
No objection.
Admitted.
Now, when you first began speaking with the defendant, or actually, did you go over any rights or any advisals with him?
Yeah, I advised him as Miranda rights, and also, I also presented him with a waiver of counsel.
I'm handing the witness what's been marked as State's Exhibit 48.
Okay.
Detective Williams, do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
This is a waiver of counsel. Before I present this, I read them the Miranda, and they agreed to speak with me. I present them with this form. I explain the form, and if they agreed, they sign it. And apparently, the defendant, Jonathan Headspeth, signed it. And he also seemed to want to talk to me he appeared that he wanted to talk to me.
Is that a fair and accurate
Yes, sir.
representation of the waiver of rights form?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, the state will move to admit State's Exhibit 48 into evidence.
No objection.
Admitted.
Yeah.
And Detective Williams, or one brief moment, Your Honor. Detective Williams, when you spoke with him, did you ever threaten him?
No, sir.
Did you ever coerce him?
No, sir.
Did he appear to be under the influence of any alcohol or drugs?
No, sir.
Did he appear to interact with you did you have any concerns about his understanding of speaking with you?
No, sir. He was articulate.
And after you Mirandized him and presented that waiver of counsel, what did you do next?
I began to talk to him. I began to interview him, ask him questions,
And when you interviewed him, what did he say related to what happened that day?
He said that, he gave some background about where they were living with, and, that they were living in a motel room at the Motel 6. I believe it was 318, number 318. He was there with his mother, Beverly Headspeth, his sister, and Gregoria Perez, and 2 children. He said that he was believed that his mother was trying to poison him with some sort of cleaning solution, either bleach or Pine Sol. He thought that, this has been going on for 2 years. He said he stopped eating food with the family or sharing food. He bought his own food, and that he wanted to at the time of that day was going to expose his mother for trying to poison him. He believed that his mother was trying to poison him.
When you spoke with him, what did he say about how the events unfolded in terms of, when he talked about the firearm or what did he say?
Well, he said that he basically went up to Greg and pointed a gun at Greg and told his mother to say a prayer. His mother began praying, saying a prayer. And then he walked up to his mother, and I believe that his sister basically jumped up, her sister was there, jumped up off the bed, and he told her to sit down. He said then he walked to his mother, and as she was praying, she jumped up at him and pointed her finger at his face, and then he shot her in the face.
And did he ever mention, did anything ever come up about any cellular devices?
Yes, Vernice's phone. He had taken her phone before leaving the hotel, and that he thrown it after he left the hotel.
And so he didn't have that phone on him when you interviewed him?
No, sir, he didn't.
Did he mention or have any reference about if there was children present in the room?
There were 2 children. I believe they're Vernice's children. I believe it's Fabian and Cameron.
And from his conversation with you, was he cognizant of them being in the room?
Yes, he basically, I asked him of the occupants in the room, when I began this interview, and he named Vernice, his sister, his mother, Beverly, Gregoria Perez, and the 2 children.
And what was from speaking with him, did he ever, was he remorseful, unremorseful, or what did he say about, what was his reaction to what had happened?
While I was speaking with him, it was just like we were just having a conversation, basically a conversation between 2 people. It wasn't, he didn't cry. He didn't seem emotional. He just was we were just, speaking to of an uneventful event.
And did he speak with you any about, before the shooting, referencing to the poison? Did he, was there any thought process before doing the act that day from your conversation with him and related to the poisoning going on?
He said he thought that, his mother was poisoning him for 2 years. He said that he had sought out medical treatment, but he never followed through with that. He said that, he thought he wanted to expose her at that, that day. He wanted to expose her.
And did you have any conversation with him about why he did or didn't report the poisoning, or when you spoke with him?
He said he thought about calling the police, but he never did. I think he said he didn't report it, but he never did report that he was being poisoned, what he said. Mm.
Did he, when he was talking about the poisoning, did he provide you any proof of that?
No,
And did he make any reference to any thoughts he had about what proof would be necessary or not necessary to get law enforcement involved?
no. He said that, he just mentioned that he thought his mother was poisoning him for 2 years, but he basically just didn't eat with him. But he never said that. I think he said he thought he was going to call the police, but he never did. Or he didn't, I can't remember. He didn't want to bring that type of issue into his house, into involvement with his family. I think that he mentioned something like that from what I can remember. But no, he never did report that he was being poisoned.
And what did he describe about the incident pertaining to Greg?
Greg,
Yeah.
as far as he believed that Greg was I guess prostituting his nieces out.
What?
I'm sorry. No, what?
What I was getting at is the incident involving him pointing the firearm at Greg that day. How did he describe that act?
He said he walked over to Greg and he pointed a gun to his head and told his mother to say a prayer for Greg.
And did he mention anything about any follow-up? Well, one brief moment. Do you recall if at 48 minutes in your interview of speaking with the defendant, he had mentioned shooting at Greg before leaving the room?
I'm not sure if he shot at Greg. I believe he had a gun pointed at Greg, but I believe he did fire a handgun. There was a shell casing recovered. And it may have been, I'm not sure if it was Greg or was it with Vernice, but I do know that there was a shell casing that he did shoot.
And when you got involved with this case, did you ever go to the scene?
No, sir, I didn't. I was interviewing witnesses at that time. And then right after I interviewed them, then, Mr. Headspeth turned himself in.
Okay. One brief moment, Your Honor. No further questions, Your Honor.
You're the lead detective, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So when the crime scene technician went there, took a lot of pictures of the crime scene, correct?
Yes, sir.
You had a chance to look at them, correct?
I may have. I may
Okay.
have.
And your department made a decision about what evidence to collect for
Mhm.
evidentiary purposes and what can be kind of thrown away, correct?
Yes, sir.
And as far as evidence of the Sprite can and
Yeah.
food and stuff like that, that wasn't collected
No, sir.
for evidence, correct?
Sir.
It wasn't seen by your department as having evidentiary value, correct?
No, sir. Well, I didn't collect it. No, we didn't
Okay.
collect it.
And the defendant indicated, among other things, that he believed he was being poisoned by his mother. correct?
Yes, for the past 2 years. Yes,
For the
sir.
past 2 years.
Right.
So your department does have the forensic technology, if it wants to test that kind of stuff for poisoning, in the event your department wanted to do that. You do
Yeah, we
want
don't test it for that. We send it out to the GBI, but we don't test it for pine sol or bleach or whatever.
to. GBI has a technology to do that. correct?
They probably do.
Okay. And that wasn't done in this case, correct?
Sir, no, sir.
And as far as the witnesses in this case, you interviewed the witnesses, correct?
I interviewed Mr. Pena Perez and I interviewed Ms. Headspeth. Yeah.
Okay. So you interviewed both of these individuals,
Yes, sir.
correct?
Yes, sir.
And they knew the defendant, correct?
Yeah, they know the
So
defendant.
we don't have any independent witnesses to this matter. We just have two witnesses who actually knew both the defendant and the decedent. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
No further questions.
Your Honor, redirect. Detective Williams, did the two individuals that you spoke with, Ms. Headspeth and Mr. Perez, did they corroborate or uncorroborate the conversation you had with the defendant?
They corroborated.
Objection, Judge, that calls for hearsay. Indirectly.
Mr. Atkins? I think we could phrase a question a little more specifically
Yes, Your Honor.
to see exactly what we're getting at, and then we'll be able to better analyze it.
Yes, Your Honor. Detective Williams, when you spoke with, in general, did what the defendant speak to you about what happened in the room? Was it in general aligned or unaligned with the other information you had gathered in your investigation?
From speaking with the two witnesses,
Objection, Judge, this calls for hearsay indirectly.
Of what?
Whether the defendant's statements are consistent with the statements that were presented to the department by the two witnesses. One of the witnesses isn't even testifying. And the other witness who testified, it's for the trier of fact to determine to what extent, if any, there's a clash between that witness's testimony and the defendant's statements.
Mr. Atkins?
Your Honor, the fact finder in this case, this honorable court would be able to use the court's recollection with what Bernice Headspeth spoke with and be able to review the defendant's statement. So the state will.
I mean, I think I agree with the if a witness is, certainly if he's not going to be here, this would be seems like a way of backdooring in.
Yes, Your Honor.
His statement. So I don't think we want to touch on that at all.
Yes, Your Honor.
And I think I think it's arguable whether we could get in her opinion of whether Ms. Headspeth's statement was consistent, but I don't even know if it's been challenged where it's as relevant as a prior inconsistent statement, or I guess I really don't see a need for the question at this point, if as objected to. So I would sustain the objection.
Yes, Your Honor. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Any recross?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Atkins, can this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am.
The state calls Mr. J. Jarvis to the stand, Your Honor.
You swear affirm the testimony to be
I do.
Maybe see it. Would you please state and spell your first and last name for the record?
My name is Jay Jarvis, Jayjarvis.
Good afternoon, Mr. Jarvis. How are you doing?
Doing fine, sir. Thank you.
Where are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed at Arma Forensics, which is a private forensic consulting firm that I started in 2013.
And what type of business is Arma Forensics?
Provide forensic services related to firearms evidence to prosecutors, defense attorneys, and also in some civil matters.
Your Honor, the defense stipulates that this person is an expert when it comes to forensics examination of firearms.
Mr. Atkins, you can take him up on that, or feel free to lay out whatever record you'd like.
Thank you, Your Honor. I will just ask two brief questions on that. Mr. Jarvis, have you testified as a firearm identification expert and ballistics expert before?
Yes, I have many times.
If you had to ballpark, how many times?
Probably 600.
Your Honor, the state would know more questions regarding him, but would tender him with the stipulation as an expert in firearms and ballistics, Your Honor.
No objections.
All right, and then so tendered without objection.
Did you ever get hired, Mr. Jarvis, to do any analysis related to this, to a John Headspeth case?
Yes, it was back in, I think, August of 2021.
And did you make a report related to this case?
I did.
I'm handing the witness what's been marked as State's Exhibit 62. And Mr. Jarvis, if you recognize that, please just look up at me. What is that?
Yeah, that's a copy of the report that I issued in this case.
And is it a fair and accurate representation of the report you issued in this case?
Yes, it is.
And did you yourself write that report?
I did.
Your Honor, the state would move to admit State's Exhibit 62 into evidence.
No objection.
Admitted.
Thank you, sir. State will publish State's Exhibit 62. What evidence did you get, Mr. Jarvis, when you began or related to this case?
Basically, I had three items. The first was a Springfield Armory 40 caliber pistol. Second was a sealed bag which contained a 9mm cartridge as well as a 9mm fired cartridge case. And the third item was a projectile that was identified as taken from the decedent at the autopsy.
And Mr. Jarvis, I'm handing you State's Exhibit 43, which has previously been admitted. Does that exhibit have any relevance in your mind related to this case?
Yes, it does. It's would have been the second item that I referenced earlier. It's a brown paper bag. It contained the 9mm cartridge as well as the fired cartridge case. I can identify it by my case number and my own identifying marks, which I've placed on it.
Thank you, sir. And sir, I'm also going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 47. And does that piece of evidence have any significance and related to what you analyzed and reported regarding this case?
Yes, this is the Springfield Armory 40 caliber pistol that I tested. I can identify it by the serial number, which is stamped on the frame of the pistol.
Thank you, sir. And sir, when you received these items, what kind of testing did you do?
Well, I first document each item of evidence. Usually do that by photography as well as a worksheet, which allows me to record all the information that's pertinent to a particular exhibit. I usually begin by examining the fired bullets and cartridge case first, and then move on to the firearm if there is one submitted as there was in this case.
And what is the first thing you did when you examined relating to the 40 caliber pistol in this case?
Again, just documenting physical characteristics of it and checking it to make sure it's functioning properly. It didn't have a barrel obstruction or anything, and basically making sure that it was safe to discharge in the laboratory.
Your Honor, the defense will stipulate that this gun was actually used in this case and is the weapon at issue. We're not contesting that.
Well, I guess would the stipulation go so far when you say used in this case, does that include the shell casing found in the hallway?
No, Your Honor, we're just talking about this weapon being used by the defendant when it comes to shooting and killing the decedent.
The projectile obtained from the decedent.
Right, from the decedent.
Okay. All right. So there's a stipulation on the table, Mr. Atkins, and you can take that if you'd like, or present the evidence in the manner of your choosing.
Your Honor, I'll present the evidence in the manner of the state's choosing. Sir, was the cartridge that which you label in your report, 2A, the 9mm cartridge, and 2B, the 9mm cartridge case. What testing did you do with that item?
And with item 2A, the cartridge, I just basically documented what brand of ammunition it was, and the cartridge case, which was fired. I did perform testing to determine whether or not that fired cartridge case had been fired by the pistol that was submitted.
And how did you go about, and what conclusion did you reach related to the 9mm cartridge and the Springfield 40 caliber handgun that you tested?
Well, I basically test fire the weapon using similar ammunition. I fire the projectiles into a tank of water, which allows me to recover them without any damage. I then take the test rounds, either the bullets and the cartridge cases, and I examine them to each other under a microscope to make sure that they're making reproducible marks on each shot. And then once I've determined that, I then compare one of the tests with the evidence cartridge case, and then reach a conclusion as to whether or not the evidence cartridge case was fired by the pistol.
And what was the conclusion you reached regarding that, this cartridge and that firearm?
Yeah, it's my opinion that the fired cartridge case that was submitted had been fired by the Springfield Armory pistol.
And how did you reach that conclusion? What makes you think that?
By comparing markings that are placed on the cartridge case when it is discharged.
And in your training and experience, what have you ever seen a 9mm round be fired through a 40 caliber handgun?
I don't know if I've seen a 9 fired in a 40, but I have seen at least 2 instances where a smaller cartridge was discharged in a weapon that was chambered for a larger cartridge.
And when you, through your experience of seeing that dynamic where the smaller cartridge is shot through a larger firearm barrel, what happens to that cartridge? Or is there anything unusual, or how do you know?
Yeah, the telltale sign is when you're firing in this case, a 9mm inside a chamber of a 40 caliber pistol. There is the cartridge is going to be smaller than the actual chamber. So when the cartridge is discharged and the gunpowder charge burns and the gases that are generated, it causes the mouth of the cartridge case to swell up to the diameter of the inside of the chamber of the 40. So it's a very telltale sign. Once you see it, it's just something that you don't usually forget once you've seen that.
And with that just said, if the 9mm cartridge was fired from a 9mm with the cartridge case that you tested here, how significant a difference was it in terms of the bulge?
I measured the diameter of the bulged area, and it fell into the range that I would expect for what the mouth of a 40 caliber cartridge would be.
And even though it was a 9mm cartridge fired through a 40 cal, were you still able to determine any unique or individual characteristics that would help you lead to what firearm that bullet came from?
Yes, it's how the cartridge case is going to be marked is it's kind of irrelevant as to even though it's the wrong caliber, it's still going to come in contact with parts of the pistol that will mark it in a very characteristic way. And those were the markings that I was looking for.
And were those markings present with item 2B you tested compared with item 1, the firearm?
Yes, they were, I thought the markings were very compelling and very easy to see, and I had no difficulty making an identification.
And what were, for item number 3, which was, and I wanted to. Your Honor, State's Exhibit 69 is the test fired rounds that were utilized. I'm just notifying the court because I'm adding it to the exhibit list. Handing the witness what's been marked as State's Exhibit 69 and 59. Separately, Mr. Jarvis, if you can review those items, and I'll start with State's Exhibit 69. What is that exhibit?
That's a manila coin envelope. It contains the test fired bullets and cartridge cases that I discharged in the Springfield pistol.
And is it a fair and accurate representation of the test fired cartridges related to this case?
Yes, it doesn't appear to have been opened since I sealed it.
The state moves to admit State's Exhibit 69 into evidence.
No objection.
Admitted.
And with regards to State's Exhibit 59, State's Exhibit, excuse me, State's Exhibit 59, what is that?
State's Exhibit 59 is the heat sealed plastic bag. It contains a clear plastic box which contains the projectile that medical examiner removed at the autopsy.
And is it a fair and accurate representation of the projectile that you tested related to this case?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit State's Exhibit 59 into evidence.
No objection.
Admitted.
And Mr. Jarvis, what was the conclusion you were able to reach regarding that projectile recovered from the decedent with the other items you had received?
The conclusion I reached was that the projectile did have markings on it that were consistent with the bullet having been fired in a larger firearm barrel than it was designed for. It did have some rifling marks, but there were insufficient number of those in order to make a definite conclusion. So it was basically inconclusive.
From your review of these items, was there anything else you felt that stood out as being significant or from what you examined?
No, not really, other than the pistol seemed to be in good working condition and, functions as it was designed to.
One brief moment, Your Honor. No further questions, Your Honor.
I have no questions, Judge. Thank you.
All right. Can Mr. Jarvis be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Until next time, sir. Thank you.
Your Honor.
Your Honor, the state's next witness is Dr. Sullivan. From my understanding, she is being picked up as we speak. She's not too far away.
Sure. We can take a break.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. So what about 15?
That 15 should be more than sufficient.
Okay. We'll be back in 15.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, Judge, before we take a break, the defense is willing to stipulate that this is a homicide, which is basically, that's all this doctor's going to say. So with that stipulation in mind, we're ready to proceed.
Mr. Atkins?
Your Honor, can I have one brief moment to
Sure.
consult? Your Honor, the state would still like to, I expect it to be brief, but the state would still like to call and have Dr. Sullivan testify.
All right, we'll see y'all in 15.
Thank you, Judge.
Is he displaying all the evidence coming? Like the photos, the report?
That I'm sure he will be.
Yeah, I'd ask her very big questions because they're already on the way with it, right? Yeah, so. Might as well.
That's fine.
I don't know.
I'm gonna ask her one question. Just be careful with asking questions. How I do that, talk to him.
Fair.
I saw in Norway time, I saw them like kicked it. Like now, I feel like it's 9 o'clock at night. I don't know what it is, like usually people get over jet lag in like 3 days. Pardon?
Thank you, Adam.
I'm exhausted, and it's not because of this trial. It's because
Yeah. Let me get my.
Back here, my wife, she adjusted in 3 days. My son adjusted in like 2 hours. And I'm like, going to bed early, waking up. I just started watching this new, I'm trying to get into watching more TV because that's because it's healthy. Watching more TV. So I'm watching this show called Foundation, and it's on Apple. It's like a dystopia thing, futuristic, but I'm just on like, I'm still on the first episode.
Oh, so you haven't gotten very far.
No, it's complicated. I'm just able to recognize who the good guys and bad guys are. If I can get to that part, then I feel like I've, moved a mountain. So I was watching that last night and I got tired and I went to sleep. And then I woke up to Elon Musk. Because I think what happens before I went to sleep, I shifted to YouTube. I was watching YouTube stuff, and when you get through a YouTube thing, it just goes on to something else. So I woke up and I'm like, who's this Elon Musk? He was being interviewed like years ago by his own people. It's like really weird. But yeah, I'm tired. When I go home, I think I'm just gonna crash instead. But
Are you gonna come check out?
I don't know. I don't know when this trial is gonna end, but what I'd like you to help me do, because your last day is Friday, right?
Yeah, so I hypothetically may stay into the fall, for my first semester to get credit,
Okay.
but I would take off. I don't know.
So what I was
If you
hoping,
want me to stay.
well, what I was hoping, and yes, I would, but what I was hoping you could help me do before you leave, and this week probably is best because
Yes.
is help me figure out this whole evidence.com going into it, extracting stuff from
Yeah.
So when you're gone, I know how to do it. I
Yeah,
don't
I
have
can
to
show
ask people to do it for me.
think you had something you wanted to put on the record before we went forward?
Yes, the defense is stipulating that this witness is an expert within her particular field. She's a forensic pathologist. She does medical autopsies. She's been doing it for a long time.
All right, understood. And Mr. Atkins is, again, you can take what you want with that stipulation, but you can call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state would accept that stipulation with Dr. Sullivan, and the state calls Dr. Sullivan to the stand.
Raise your right hand. You swear or affirm that the testimony you should give the court is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
You may be seated. Could you please state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Karen Sullivan, Karen Sullivan.
Good afternoon, Dr. Sullivan.
Good afternoon.
Did you have the opportunity to conduct an autopsy on Miss Beverly Headspeth?
I did.
And Your Honor, for the record, that given the defense's stipulation, the state tenders Dr. Sullivan as an expert in forensic pathology at this time.
All right, understood. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Sullivan, did you generate a report related to that?
I did.
I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 50. Dr. Sullivan, do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
It's a copy of Ms. Headspeth's autopsy report.
And is it a fair and accurate representation of the autopsy report that you generated related to this case?
It is.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit State's Exhibit 50 into evidence.
No objection.
Admitted.
Thank you. And Dr. Sullivan, when you conduct an autopsy, is there photographs that go along with that?
There are.
I'm handing the witness what's been marked as State's Exhibit 51 through 59. Dr. Sullivan, if you can look through those and once you're done reviewing them, just look up at me. What are those, Dr. Sullivan?
They're copies of some of the photos taken during Ms. Headspeth's autopsy.
And are they, or how do you recognize them?
Well, they have her case number, her unique case number in the photos.
And are they a fair and accurate representation of the autopsy photographs connected with this case?
They are.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit State's Exhibit 51 through 59 into evidence.
Objection.
Admitted. I think it stopped at 58, right? Was the photograph? Not 59?
Your Honor, I should have also included that. I also provided her State's Exhibit 59 as well.
Okay. But exhibits 51 through 58 are admitted. I think 59 was already tendered. and admitted. The projectile, right?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Your Honor.
Do we need to clean something out? Did you mean to admit the actual projectile itself for the ballistics expert?
Correct, Your Honor. And so I just realized that that is correct.
Okay. So just retroactively, we'll say that when 59 was admitted, that was actually State's 67. And at this point now, we're talking about 59, which is a photograph. Is there objection to 59?
No objection.
All right. So 59 of the photograph is now admitted through Dr. Sullivan.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Dr. Sullivan, I'm publishing State's Exhibit 51. What does this identification, Dr. Sullivan, reflect?
This is a photograph of Ms. Headspeth's Fulton County Medical Examiner Center identification tag that has her name, her age, race, sex, and her unique case number, which in this case is 21-0302.
Thank you. And State's Exhibit 52. What does this picture reflect?
This is Ms. Headspeth as she was received in our office from her right-hand side.
Publishing State's Exhibit 53. And Dr. Sullivan, what was, when you conducted this autopsy, what was the manner of death classification?
Homicide.
And what was the cause of death?
A gunshot wound to the face.
And what with reaching those conclusions, utilizing State's Exhibit 53, what does this photograph depict that is relevant to that analysis?
Okay, so this is a facial photograph of Ms. Headspeth, and on her chest is a placard that contains her case number. Her nose has a gunshot wound and multiple areas of stippling, which are scrapes of the skin in her nose, her left cheek, and her left lower eyelid. And those scrapes of stippling are produced by burning and unburnt gunpowder particles striking the skin.
What was your determination from stippling being present and the amount of stippling? What would have been the range of the firearm that caused these in terms of how far away?
It's of intermediate or medium range of fire. And so in general, stippling without soot occurs between 1 foot from the muzzle of the gun to the person that's being shot up to 3 feet.
And have you and your trainer experience, has the presence or amount of soot ever been affected by someone going to a hospital before coming to your office?
Yes, it can be.
Dr. Sullivan, I'm publishing State's Exhibit 54. Which, what was this photograph, what was kind of the trajectory, or where did the bullet enter?
Well, the bullet entered Ms. Headspeth's nose, more on the left nostril than the right, and it went through her facial skeleton. So parts of the facial skeleton, the maxilla, the upper jaw, through the skull base, and then lodged at the skull base without entering the brain.
Published in State's Exhibit 55. Which is a close-up of the previous photo, is that correct?
It is.
Getting to, once the projectile entered into the brain, I'm publishing State's Exhibit 56. And Dr. Sullivan, what does State's Exhibit 56 tell us in your training experience?
Well, this is the inferior or bottom surface of the brain. The brain is laying face up, for lack of a better term, on the viewing board. So the right-hand side of the photograph is the left-hand side of Ms. Headspeth's brain. And on the temporal lobe, there's some hemorrhage. I'm not sure if I can draw
You
on
actually
the screen.
can, Dr. Sullivan.
Okay.
I may assist you briefly getting that up, but it's on this
Okay.
right-hand side.
Oh, it does that.
But you actually,
Oh.
what may work is using the
Okay.
screen behind Dr. Sullivan.
So there's some hemorrhage in this area, the underside or the inferior surface of the temporal parietal lobe on the left.
And let the record reflect that Dr. Sullivan has pointed to the right side of the photograph depicted. And Dr. Sullivan, I'm publishing State's Exhibit 57. What does this photograph depict?
So here we're looking at the base of Ms. Headspeth's skull. The brain has been removed. She's laying face up on the examination table. Her scalp has been reflected forward towards her face, and the skull cap or the calvarium has been removed so that the brain could be removed. And in the left side of the middle cranial fossa is a bullet. And that bullet, according to the hospital's medical record, occluded or blocked the left carotid artery where it enters the skull to supply blood to the brain.
And Dr. Sullivan, State's Exhibit 58. Is there anything in this photograph that further explains what you have just spoken about in reference to State's Exhibit 57?
So it's a closer view of the same photograph, and the bullet here is wedged in the skull. So even though it caused hemorrhage on the inferior or bottom surface of the brain, it didn't enter the brain itself.
And from your review of the autopsy of Beverly Headspeth, is there any other contributing factors or non-fact, is there anything else that contributed to her death?
Well, she had been diagnosed with COVID-19 when she went to the hospital, though I don't feel that that had a major role to play in her death.
And Dr. Sullivan, State's Exhibit 59, publishing. What does this exhibit indicate, show?
This is a photograph of the bullet that I removed from Ms. Headspeth's skull, and I've photographed it with an identification tag that has her name and case number, my initials, and where it was recovered from skull.
Thank you. And handing you State's Exhibit 67, which has been admitted just to establish. Do you recognize that?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
Is the projectile that I recovered from Ms. Headspeth's skull, and it's in a plastic evidence box that I had sealed with my initials and the date of the autopsy. And then I'd also sealed the bag with, again, my initials and date of autopsy, and had an identification card with her case number and my signature on it.
Thank you. One brief moment, Your Honor. No further questions from the state, Your Honor.
Doctor, we can't tell from any of this who shot her or why, correct?
That is correct.
No further questions.
One from the court. Dr. Sullivan, did you note in your report or at any point in your examination any signs or injuries consistent with offensive or defensive wounds that would be consistent with any kind of physical struggle?
I don't believe so. If I can just check a copy of my report. No, the only injury was the gunshot wound of the face. There were no other injuries. And other than the history of COVID-19 infection, no other anatomic cause of death.
And that's generally something you would be looking for if it did exist.
Yes.
Thank you. Anyone want to follow up from there?
Not from the defense, Judge.
Not from the state, Your Honor.
All right. Can the doctor be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
So much.
Thank you.
All right. State may call us next witness.
Your Honor, the state has no further witnesses
And so,
in the case in chief, so the state rests, Your Honor.
all right. Mr. Marks, are there any defense motions at this point?
Yes, Your Honor. The defense moves at this time that the trial court grant a directed verdict in favor of the defendant on the ground that the state has failed to present sufficient evidence to enable a rational trier of fact to find proof of guilt beyond a reasonable doubt as to each count in the indictment with respect to looking at all of the elements required thereto. Thank you.
Let me delve into one aspect of that a little bit more, Mr. Atkins. So let me hear your arguments on directed verdict. What would you say is the, on count 5, the aggravated assault by shooting at, toward, and then in the direction of Vernice Headspeth? Could you lay out all the evidence you believe shows that he shot at, toward, and in the direction of her, obviously construing all inferences in favor of the state for this phase?
So, Your Honor, the state would articulate that the evidence presented was there was 2 people in the hallway, and the Miss Vernice was running out of the room and the defendant was behind her. She heard a gunshot discharged in the hallway. A shell casing that was connected to the handgun that the defendant was found with was found in the hallway. That lines up with that happening in the hallway, as well as there was, although not definitive proof, there was a marking on the wall that did seem reminiscent of one of the crime scene photographs taken of a possible bullet striking that location. She was not struck and never said she was struck, but she also said that she had reasonable fear from when she heard that gunshot and knowing that he was chasing her. And so, although she stated her back was to the firearm, the state would argue that there's reasonable inference that she had reasonable apprehension of serious bodily injury or death, and it was from a discharge, a firearm discharge in the hallway, that the state would.
Well, doesn't it have to go more than just a discharge? Because as indicted, it has to have been in her direction.
Yes, Your
right.
Honor.
Like I know you could have alleged it as brandished or fired a shot that placed her in reasonable apprehension, but as indicted, it's at and towards her. So if that the markings either on the carpet or in the door frame, those have to be from this particular shot. Does that track? Are you following me?
That does track what you're saying, Your Honor.
I mean, basically what I'm getting at is if he'd fired behind him, does that not match the evidence as presented or as alleged in this indictment?
If he shot the other direction,
Sure.
I would say that the state would need the evidence to reflect it. To find something else because she didn't witness it, you would need that to be connected to the direction she was traveling. But the one other thing, Your Honor, would be she did testify to the state's recollection that she turned to him and said, "You shot at me." She didn't say he, like kind of inquisitory question. From what Vernice testified to, he didn't say one thing. He didn't say no or yes.
You're saying that would be an adoptive admission.
An adoptive admission. Now, with full candor to the court, the interview that has been presented as evidence, the defendant denies shooting at his sister in that piece of evidence that's in the record that wasn't played yet for the court. But the state would argue that adoptive admission on scene is enough to survive a demur. It may not at this stage. And Your Honor, the state would also, at this stage of the evidence presented, rebut what he presented in his statement of saying, "I never shot at her," a fire, like indicating he never discharged a firearm at all. The state would argue the physical shell casing found that matched the firearm gives more credence to Vernice Headspeth's testimony regarding that specific piece than it does his statement to Detective Williams wholeheartedly denying it.
All right. Well, I certainly think at this phase, with all inferences in favor of the state, state's put forward enough evidence to survive a directed verdict. Just maybe something to flesh out for closing statements, whether beyond a reasonable doubt, if we can exclude the scenarios where maybe entirely where he's not shooting directly at her, how the evidence leads us there. Just because as the phrasing in count 5 seems to have really locked that hypothetical in.
That's right.
And similarly with counts 10 and 11, the cruelty to children is premised here not on hearing, but just on seeing. And it includes murder, felony murder, armed robbery. Is there any argument really here that the children saw a murder, felony murder, or armed robbery?
Your Honor, the state does concede that from what the testimony that was presented, that they witnessed the aggravated assault of Gregory Perez.
All right, so you believe counts 10 and 11 survive solely based on aggravated assault?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Marks, anything you want to take from there, or anything else you want to add?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. So at this point, then, obviously, I've highlighted the counts that I thought may have be worth discussing. But as for the rest, I think the evidence we've heard so far, specifically just simply the testimony of Ms. Vernice Headspeth is enough to get us past a directed verdict. So I'll deny the defense motion from there. All right. So turning it over to Mr. Marks. At this point, did you have any lay witnesses or any other witnesses besides your client that you wish to present as evidence?
No, Your Honor, just my client.
All right. And so I'll make that inquiry now. Would we be ready to go forward with that testimony?
Yes, Your Honor, we're ready at this time to call to the stand Mr. John Headspeth.
Okay. Before you do, sir, I have a few questions for you. All right. So do you understand you have a right to testify? And if you want to testify, no one can prevent you from doing that. Yes, sir. All right. Do you understand that no one can make you testify, however? So you have a right not to testify.
Yes, Your Honor.
And do you understand it's not your lawyer, but you personally are the one who decides whether to testify or not?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand that if you don't testify, that decision cannot be used against you?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you also understand that if you choose to testify, you're going to be examined both by your counsel and you're going to be cross-examined by the state?
Yes, Your Honor.
And do you need any more additional time to think about this?
No, Your Honor.
Have you made the personal decision about whether you want to testify?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Well, I find that the defendant has decided to testify with a complete understanding of his rights. So with that, let's go ahead and have him on the witness stand.
state, swear or close and last name for the record.
Name John Headspeth. First name John, John. Last name Headspeth, Headspeth.
Good afternoon, Mr. Headspeth.
Good afternoon.
I want to draw your attention to January 27th, 2021, subject of today's trial. Do you remember that day?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you remember where you were on that day when it comes to you, your mom, your sister, your mom's boyfriend, and your sister's kids? Do you remember where you were?
Yes, sir.
Where were you?
I was at Motel 6 on Virginia Avenue.
Okay.
Room
And
318.
how did it, I'm not going to go all the way back in time, but how did that day begin when it comes to being at that hotel with those individuals, if you can recall?
It began fine. Just a normal day. Woke up. I believe I made a store run for some groceries, came back, and it was just a smooth day up to that point.
Okay. Is the microphone operating?
They're just turned down very low on the
That's fine.
volume. We're trying to correct that. So if you can, yeah, scoot
Okay.
in as close as you can. And
You guys
speak up.
hear?
Okay. Yeah.
As long as everyone can hear, that's
Yeah.
fine. So can you say that again?
It was a normal day. I woke up, me, my mother, and everybody else, my two nephews, and Gregory Press, and I believe I made a store run in the morning. I believe to like Family Dollars or something. I believe down the street from the motel, and basically it was a smooth day. It was everybody was just relaxed.
And at some point in time, did you have occasion to have an altercation with some of the people in that room?
No, sir.
Okay. But you did shoot your mother, right?
I did.
Okay. Can you talk about the circumstances surrounding what led to you shooting your mother?
Sure. Well, I was on my way to take a shower in the room, and before I did that, I was preparing to cook myself a meal. It was actually I had a TV dinner by the name of Aunt Mary's, and I had a Gatorade. Well, how you cook those they're microwavable, and usually they are frozen. So what you have to do is to thaw them out or have them microwave for a long period of time. So my decision before I went to take my shower was I was going to put my food inside of the microwave for about perhaps like 10 minutes. And by that time I should be done showering. By the time I got to shower, my meal should be ready. And I just eat and, just relax. Well, I went in the bathroom. Before I went in the bathroom, I had put the microwave on 10 minutes with the food inside of the microwave and my Gatorade beverage on top of the counter right next to the microwave. I went in the went in the bathroom. I turned on the shower, but I didn't get in just yet. I just had the shower running just to get it ready for me while I was taking off my clothes. And during that process, I had heard the microwave open up before I had got in the shower, and I was thinking in my head like, who's opening the shower? They're ruining my the time on my meal. That's what I was thinking when I first heard it. And so I heard the microwave close back. I didn't think too much of it. And I believe I forgot like my bar of soap or like a towel or something out where the clothes rack was, where my clothes was. So, but the shower was still running. So I had went back out, opened the door to grab my bag with my clothes in it and my towel. And during that process, I seen my mother dripping something inside of my Gatorade. My Gatorade top was off, and she was like dripping something inside of it. But it didn't dawn on me what was taking place. So I just grabbed my towel and I just proceeded back in the room. And proceeded back in the bathroom, sorry. Closed the door and proceeded to get in the shower. And I got in the shower, and when I got in the shower, I was sitting there looking at the food, but I didn't touch it. I was just sitting there thinking, like, what was she doing? And I started thinking about the things that were happening to me before that moment, that time. And I kind of felt at that time like I didn't want to think that, but I was like, I just caught my mother trying to like put some type of chemical or something in my drink. And it was surreal to me. I was like, I don't want to believe, but I gotta be realistic to the situation and what I just seen. I know I'm not going insane. So so that time happened, and I didn't eat the food nor the beverage, but I just kept it close to me. I left it in the microwave, and I left the beverage on the counter. And it was probably about, I guess, like 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock or something like that. And I know my sister get off at 3 o'clock. So I waited. It was probably like an hour or so before I knew in my mind I wanted to ask him about the situation, but I didn't know what it would lead to. So in my back of my mind, I was thinking, these people just seen me catch them trying to do something to me, and I felt like, what's next? What else were they gonna try to do? And so, but I just stayed calm through the process, and I waited for my sister to get off work. My sister got off work, so when she got off work, as soon as she got in the room, she was like, "What's up, brother? What's up?" Hello to the family and everything. Everything was looking cool, but it was still like some intensity in there, but it wasn't like obvious. It was just, and she asked me, do you have any marijuana? I was like, no, I don't have any marijuana. She was like, would you like to go get some for me? I told her, sure. But I had already attempted to do that before she even got there. So I was telling her that, there's no marijuana around right now. And she was like, well, just try anyway. And I was like, sure, sis, I'll try for you. So I went out, I went to the store, didn't see anybody, or nobody I usually get in contact with wasn't around. So I was like, at least I would bring back the cigar for the situation, but that's the only thing I had. So got back to the room. But before I got back to the room, I had already knew that I was going to confront them about the situation. So, but I wanted to confront them about the situation before I had went to go get the marijuana for my sister, and I wanted to talk to her personally. But in the back of my mind, I felt like maybe they were trying to like prepping up something while I was gone, because they seen me see them doing what they're doing, and I felt like I'm walking into like a situation that I really don't want to be into. But at the same time, I feel like it had to be acknowledged. So I already had my weapon on me, and my weapon, had that weapon. It was nothing I went to go retrieve previously before this incident. It was something I always had on me. They acknowledged and they knew about the weapon. So it was like everybody knew I had a weapon. The children and everybody. So when I had walked in, I was like, I did have my gun on me, and I put it out, and I had pointed at Gregory Perez only because he was the male in the issue, and I believe that not only my mother but him were in on it because he was watching her do what she was doing before they got caught by me doing it. So it was like he had well a knowledge of it, of the situation, just as much as my mother was doing it. In fact, I believe they both agreed to do that. But so I did pull the weapon out, and for precaution, just in case they, said try to do anything. But I just wanted to confront them about the situation in front of my sister. So I did tell my mother, you better pray. And then I had the gun only pointed at Gregory Perez. So he started crying, and my mother, she started looking at me crazy, and then she started like slick, like trying to really say a prayer. And I didn't mean it literally, but she actually started trying to say a prayer. And then my sister hopped up off the bed. She's like, bro, what's going on? And I was like, sister, I just seen these people trying to poison me. I just seen my mother try to poison me. And she's like, nah, you tripping. You hallucinate. You didn't see this and stuff like that. I'm telling you what is happening. I'm like, and I was trying to explain the situation to her. Like, I went in the shower, and I got out the shower. She was putting something in my drink, in my Gatorade. And she like, no, you tripping. And then she started approaching me and started pushing me backwards. I'm like, I'm telling you the truth. And then she just like kept like forcefully pushing me back. I'm like, stop pushing me. And then I had pointed the gun at her. I was like, sit down, calm down. I'm telling you the truth. So she said, okay. And she went and sat down. She sat down right on the side of Gregory Perez. All three of them was on the same bed at this time. And I'm telling you the truth. And she like, man, she said, you're gonna make me call the police. I like, go ahead, go call the police. And then I said, you know what? I'm about to leave anyway. So I went to proceed to grab my bag. But before I went to proceed to grab my bag, I had looked at both of them. I was like, if I was telling both of them, my mother and Greg, without the gun pointed, the gun's still in my waist, but it's not pointed no more. I was telling them, if you ever play with my life again, I hurt you. And that was like the spark to fuse my mother to get up. And she started cursing me out, started calling me all type of words like F you, you ain't this and you ain't that. And as she was saying these statements, she was approaching me slowly. And she got into about a foot range of me. She went to grab me or do something, I don't even know, but she clutched my shirt area. And in that same motion, I'll pull it back and I fired a shot at her. And when I did that, she had fell backwards on top of the bed. And in that same, right after, in that same motion, Greg had hopped up off the bed and he came at me in like I guess like a tackling motion where he was trying to like get under my legs and was like about to tackle me. And that caused me to react and fire a shot at him, I believe striking him in the shoulder, if I am correct. And I had, during that time, my weapon had jammed. So, and me and my sister were standing up and my sister was looking startled. But the whole time, after the shot fire, I was trying to get the shell launched out of my shell, and I was retreating towards the door. As I'm retreating towards the door, my sister started screaming and running towards me. But I wasn't sure, was she literally running towards me or she was just trying to get out of the way of the whole situation because it was, a real crazy situation. But I was standing in front of the door to leave. So I had opened the door and I had went out the door first, and I had went to the right. And my sister, when she came out the door, she bolted to the left of the door, to the left side of the hallway, down the hallway. And right before I think I got past in front of 116, I heard more footsteps coming out the room. In the back of my head, I was thinking, is Gregory Perez coming to shoot me while I'm running down the hallway in my back or something like that? Because he's known to have a gun. He used to have a 22 that he used to carry around. And I didn't seen him threaten to shoot people with it, not knowing if he ever shot anybody with it, but he used to always comment aggressively towards like people he don't like or have an issue with about using that gun on them. So in the back of my mind, I felt like this gun is on him. It probably was on him. I wasn't sure. I know he had it, but I didn't know where it was located at that time because I just left the room. So so again, I hear the footsteps and I'm thinking it's him. So I had turned around and prepared to shoot my gun. And when I looked back in the room, it was actually my two nephews coming out the room also. And they was leaving to, I believe they would follow their mother because, that's what a kid would do if something going on like that. They would probably try to be around their guardian. So, but it spooked me. I thought it was actually my grade after me. So I had fired another shot inside of the room. And during that time, my two nephews had retreated back inside the room and the door closed behind them. By the time I was on the way down I was about to leave, run down the hallway, and I heard my sister scream, and I had came over to her like, and as I was coming to her, she was like, brother, you just shot mother. And I was, what she just said, she was like, you just shot mama. And I was like, I know. And I was like, let me see your phone. And she gave me her phone. And then I was like, I gotta go. And I ran out, went back down the hallway and ran down the staircase where I left the building. And I meant to call 911, but it was so much going on in my head. I forgot that she had a whole password on her phone. I can't even get on her phone to call nobody, but I know I had to get away. So what I did was I had kept walking. It was a house right behind the Motel 6. I had left her phone on the mailbox. I mean, not the mailbox, but behind the house, it was on like this concrete square thing. Because I knew I wasn't coming back to give it to her. I was like, there's no way I'm running back into harm's way. Got a little bit farther down. I was walking towards I forgot what I was walking down. It was going towards East Point train station in that direction. And come to find out, I had my mother's phone inside of my pocket, and the battery was low, so I had reached in, got her phone, and then I had called a friend of mine that I just recently met and told him about the situation. I just told him come pick me up. He came and picked me up, and he basically asked me, what just happened, and basically I gave him the whole rundown on the story, and during that process, I waited for a while. I waited for a while to talk it over with him. And when I got done discussing the whole situation, it took about a good hour or two. When I got done telling about the situation, I had came to the conclusion that maybe I should turn myself in. And so that's what I did. And I asked my friend of mine to help me do it because, at that time, I was probably, considered as armed and dangerous and looking like, the bad guy, So I turned myself in, and the officer, Mr. Watkins, came and picked me up from the Shell's gas station. When he picked me up, he told me, he read me my rights, and he told me that there is a detective at the police precinct that would like to talk to you on our way to the police precinct. I said, she would like to talk to you now, and she gave me the option, my laws and everything about if I want to talk to her, I don't have to. If I do, that's cool, that's fine also. So I agreed to talk to her, and that was Detective Donald Williams. Gave her the rundown. We spent about another hour or two discussing the whole situation. After that, I believe I had got a phone call from the jail from my oldest sister. And she was, hysterical about the situation. I believe, I don't know who told her, but she called the jail and wanted to talk to me. I was telling her again the whole situation, just I just told these other previous people about the situation, and she was upset as I imagined her to be, and we hung up the phone after the discussion and been here ever since. That was like the whole day of January 27th.
So when you shot your mother, what was going through your head right before you shot her? What were you thinking?
Well, when she started approaching me, I felt in my head, I'm about to get attacked.
Did she have a weapon?
Not that I noticed, but how she walks, she clutches her her blouse, but she also like carries stuff like that. Like it's been plenty of times I've seen her threaten to stab somebody or something like that, and she was walking like a real slow, like, so not I can't even describe it, like a
Has she
very.
ever attacked you before in a violent way?
When I was young, but not since I've been older that I can think of. Nope.
Why did you run away after this happened?
I felt like it was best to get out the whole area, like for my safety. That's the best way to, get the safety. That's to avoid the whole area. It's kind of like, if it was a random shooting that you had nothing to do with, your first thought is to get out of the vicinity of it. You know what I mean? So that was what I was thinking about it.
Do you remember being interviewed by the detective who testified a little while ago?
Correct. Yes.
And you willingly spoke with her and answered her questions. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you realized at the time that you didn't have to do that, but you willingly did that anyway. Is that correct?
Yes.
And do you remember telling her how you thought that your mom had been poisoning you over the past? Did you
Yes.
saying that to her?
Yes.
And you also, is it the case that you believe the Fulton County Jail's poisoning you too?
I had some speculation. Yeah. Actually, it was a trustee who was working at the jail told me that this was happening.
So in addition to your mom trying to poison you and the Fulton County Jail trying to poison you, is there anybody else that's been trying to poison you?
Not that I have no knowledge of, no.
How long do you believe your mom has been trying to poison you?
I'm gonna say about, I knew it went on for about a year because we was living with each other for about a year, but it always, went over my head because I couldn't put that type of burden on her to even think that she would even do something like that. So it is like I didn't even second guess it, like it can't be, But I think that was the reason that it was even more more willing to be done or something, like, you know what I'm saying? It was like, because like who would believe it, you know?
Did you ever see a doctor about your thinking that your mom was trying to poison you?
Yes.
What did they do about that, if anything?
Well, they try to help me pinpoint what it possibly could be, but I couldn't get them an answer. So they couldn't really do anything about it, but
Did they ever tell you that you were being poisoned?
never told me. I told them.
Did they ever treat you for any physical condition that you thought had something to do with all of this?
They gave me abdominal pains for my body aches, but that's as much as they can do.
Well, how do you feel about what happened? This whole incident, shooting your mother, everything. How do you feel about all that?
It sucks.
You feel badly?
Yes.
You wish you hadn't done it?
Yes, very regretful.
I have no further questions.
So, Mr. Headspeth,
Yes, sir.
there was no weapons that were discharged or pointed until you pulled out the weapon, correct?
Correct.
The first weapon used on January 27th, 2021 in motel room 318 was when you pointed it at Gregory Perez, correct?
Correct.
And at that moment you pointed it at him, you put it to the back of his head, right?
No, it was in the front.
You put it to the front of his head?
They were both facing me.
And when you pointed that gun at him, he didn't have a knife or a weapon in his hand, right?
Nope.
And you pointed that weapon at him and told your mother to pray, correct?
All right.
Is it fair to say that when you point a weapon at someone and tell someone else to pray, that would be cause for concern?
Sure. But it wasn't, well, I wasn't telling her to pray. I just told both of them to pray in a general manner.
And shortly thereafter, what was, when you pointed that gun at Gregory Perez, that gun was loaded, correct?
It was loaded. Yep.
And that gun remained loaded before, during, and after this incident, correct?
Correct.
And you knew you'd been living in this hotel for 30 days, correct? Roughly. You knew that your 8-year-old nephew Cameron and your 4-year-old nephew Fabian were in this room, correct?
Correct.
You knew that they were in this room when you pointed this gun at Greg, correct?
Correct.
And when your mother began to pray, that was what you had asked her to do, correct?
Correct.
And in a short period of time after that, you ended up pointing the firearm at your mother and shooting her, correct?
Correct.
And when you discharged that firearm at your mother, she did not have a knife, correct?
Not to my knowledge. Nope.
She didn't have a firearm, right?
Not to my knowledge.
And is it fair to say that your mother, she was not she was older in her years than you at the time, right?
Sure.
She was, how old would you say she was during on this day?
She's in her 50s.
In her 50s?
Correct.
Would you say her more physically active days were behind her or ahead of her?
Definitely behind
her. And so this 50-year-old lady whose physical days were behind her and was unarmed, you felt posed a threat to you, right?
Yes.
And such a threat to you that you discharged a deadly weapon via firearm into her nose and into her brain, correct?
Correct.
And you were within 1 to 3 feet of her when you discharged this firearm, correct?
Actually, probably inches. She was actually touching me during the fire.
And have you ever been around firearms before previously in your life?
Yeah.
Have you ever been in a situation where someone has pulled out a firearm?
No.
If you were in a situation where someone pulled out a firearm that just told you to pray, would you run towards the firearm or away from it?
Definitely away.
So your testimony a few minutes ago was that after you pulling the firearm out and telling your mother to pray, she actually ran towards you with the gun, correct?
Correct.
And that gun was not put away, right?
No.
And in fact, from what you just testified to, when you shot at her, it took you a matter of seconds to point it up and shoot deadly force into her brain. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so she's coming at you while you have a loaded firearm and she is unarmed. Is that fair to say?
Fair.
When you had said this poisoning had been going on for a number of months before, right?
Correct.
You also testified earlier that you saw with your own eyes your mother putting something in your Gatorade bottle, right? What color Gatorade were you drinking?
Red.
And did you see the cap on or off that Gatorade bottle?
Off.
And how much of that Gatorade bottle had you drank?
None. Maybe a sip, but perfectly none.
Your Honor, I'm handing the defendant wants to be marked as States Exhibit 12. Do you see a Gatorade bottle in States Exhibit 12?
Yes.
What color is that Gatorade?
Red.
Is the cap on that Gatorade on or off?
It's on.
And does that look like the Gatorade bottle you were drinking that day?
That is the Gatorade bottle.
And where is it located in this photograph?
At the foot of the first bed.
And I'm giving 1 second so the technology can catch up. I'm going to ask you that question in a slightly different form in 1 second. You said it's at the foot of the bed.
Correct.
Is it your belief of just looking at this photograph, taking that's the Gatorade bottle you were talking about?
Yes.
Now, you had you had testified earlier that unfortunate you didn't know the passcode to your sister's phone, right?
Correct.
The phone you were using at this time was actually your mother's phone, right?
Correct.
So your mother was letting you use her phone, right?
Correct. Was
this a phone that she paid for?
Correct.
So the mother who was poisoning you was letting you also use her cell phone every day, right?
Correct.
And you said that you couldn't call 911, right?
Correct.
And your sister's phone is an iPhone 7, right?
I believe it was.
Well,
7.
take out the number. Was it an iPhone you took from her that day?
Yep.
And on iPhones and probably on most phones, you understand that you can always dial 911, right?
I didn't know that.
You understand that that's built in so that no matter what, as long as the phone is active, you can call emergency services and render help, right?
I didn't know that.
But you tried to use the phone to call 911, right?
I tried to unlock the phone.
And you didn't catch the spot where you could use the emergency contact to dial 911 despite that passcode not being open?
No, moving too fast.
You didn't stop to check and see or render any aid on your mother, did you?
No.
And you had testified a few minutes ago about multiple shots you discharged, correct?
Yes.
And so you had mentioned you shoot your mother in the head, right?
Correct.
And then the next shot that you fire, you're attempting to fire it at Greg, right? But it jams.
No, the next shot that was fired was at Greg, and then the shot fired.
So there was a second round discharge in that room.
Yes.
From your testimony.
Yes.
And where did that, when you discharged that round, was your sister in the room?
Yes.
Was your sister, they were all sitting on the bed together, right?
Yes.
So when you discharged that round at Gregory Perez, your sister was right next to him, right?
Yes.
And where did that round go?
I believe it struck him in the shoulder.
It struck Gregory Perez in the shoulder.
Yeah.
Did he fall back?
Yes.
Was he bleeding?
I don't think the blood was visible at the time.
Did he scream out in pain?
I did hear him screaming.
And so your testimony is you shot Gregory Perez in his shoulder.
Yeah.
And you also mentioned going out into the hallway, right?
I did.
And you had testified that you shot a third time into that room, right?
Correct.
And did you do like a drive-by of the hotel room shooting? Like what prompted you to fire into that room?
Believing that he was coming behind me to shoot at me because I know he has a weapon.
But you didn't see him before you discharged that firearm with a gun, right?
Nope.
Before you shot into that hotel room, you're saying you shot, was the door open or closed?
It was closing, but it was like it was open, but it got closed by I believe my nephews or just while they was right there in front. It was in the process of closing.
Was it in the process of closing, and was your nephew out there in front before or after you discharged the firearm into that room?
In front of what?
Did you see your nephew trying to close that door before or after you fired?
After.
So you fired into the room where the 8-year-old and 4-year-old were in.
Correct.
Where did that bullet go?
I had no idea.
Did that bullet go into the room?
I believe, or it hit like the door or something. I don't really know.
It hit the outside door?
I believe so. It hits it. I know it hit something. I know I fired it inside the room. I don't know if it hit anybody, but it was directed towards Gregory Perez. After when I went back in the room, they was there, and I tried to fire another shot, but I'm not accurate if it hit him or not. I wasn't sure.
And you remember talking to Detective Williams, right?
Correct.
And you had discussed with her that you did a little research about the poison in self-defense, right?
Mm-hmm.
You did a little Google research on your phone.
Yep.
And you were trying to get more evidence so you could bring it to law enforcement, right?
Yeah, but no. I was trying to make sure that this situation would be looked at in the court of the eyes of the law in a righteous way, a justifiable way.
But you knew that you needed, in your words, hard evidence to get law enforcement involved, right? Of the poison.
Yeah.
And so you took matters into your own hands, right?
Yes.
And this specific day, you didn't eat that chicken Alfredo meal in the microwave or drink that Gatorade bottle, did you?
Nope.
So what you witnessed or you thought you witnessed your mother put or not put into your drink, you never consumed it in that moment, right?
Nope.
And if you had consumed it, the poison would be either inside you or outside you, right?
Correct.
The threat would only be abated by going to a medical professional who could treat you for poison, right?
So, yeah.
You shooting and killing your mother or pointing the Greg and trying to shoot Gregory Perez, that would not have thwarted the poison attack, so to speak, would it?
Thwarted, what does that mean?
Thwarted?
Thwarted. As in, you either were poisoned or you weren't poisoned. When you shot and killed them or when you pointed the firearm at them, that would not have prevented the poisoning that already happened or didn't happen. As in, you shooting them or you pointing a gun at them, how does that stop you being poisoned?
All right. I understand.
Do you follow what I'm saying? Do you agree with me?
Yep.
So the threat was not imminent in that moment when you shot at your mother.
When I shot at my mother, no, the threat was because she attacked me before that point happened. Not the poisoning, but her physically trying to attack me.
And by attack you, you mean that she stood up unarmed and was yelling at you or cussing at you for pointing a loaded firearm at her boyfriend of 25 years. Is that correct?
Yeah, after she lunged at me.
Did your mother, what was her relationship as a grandmother to Cameron and Fabian?
I guess it was fair.
Do you think that it upset her that loaded firearms were being pulled out in front of her grandchildren in a small hotel room?
No, she was knowledge of the weapon.
She had knowledge of the weapon?
Yes.
Would you carry that weapon with you at all times?
Yes.
Would you carry that weapon with it always being loaded?
Yes.
Did you share that knowledge with everyone in the hotel room?
In the hotel room? No,
Why not?
I didn't think it was important.
You were not working at that time, correct?
Actually, I just got done working from UPS.
Would you take the gun with you to work?
Yes. I'll put it in my locker.
And that day, when you stated you saw her messing with your Gatorade bottle, you were thinking about that. You were stewing on that, right?
Yes, it was going to run through my mind.
And you remember telling Detective Williams that pissed you off, right?
Yeah, thinking about it.
And you waited to confront them until your sister Vernice got home, right?
Correct.
And you knew you were going to confront them, right?
I knew I was going to confront him, yes.
You knew you had a loaded firearm, right?
I knew I had a loaded firearm.
They didn't know you were going to confront them about it, right?
Probably not.
They didn't even really know that you had caught them, right?
They did know I caught them.
They knew that you caught them?
They seen me see them doing what they did.
And so when you walk in the room, they don't say anything to you right before you pull out that gun at Greg, right?
No.
You just pull the gun out and point it at him.
Yeah, only person I talked to was my sister. She asked me about the marijuana. I told her I didn't have it. And I proceeded to confront them about the situation.
And you mentioned you went to either meet or talk with some people near the Shell gas station after this, right?
Not near the gas station. I turned myself in at the Shell gas station. I went towards East Point train station where I was picked up from a friend of mine and told him the whole situation that just happened.
How quickly, so you walk out of the stairwell after the shooting, right?
Mhm.
And it spits you out near that Shell and Citgo gas station, right?
No, it spits you out in the parking lot of the Motel 6.
And how quickly did you call your buddy to come pick you up?
After I found out I couldn't use my sister's phone, I got all the way down to almost by the East Point train station where I discovered I had my cell phone, and I decided to call my friend. And that took about maybe 30 minutes, 45 minutes.
So you're telling me that you had your cell phone on you the entire time?
Yeah.
And by your cell phone, you mean your mother's cell phone
My
she
cell
let you
phone.
use?
Yeah.
So when you took your sister's cell phone, you had your own cell phone on you.
I did.
When you tried to use your sister's cell phone to call 911, you had your cell phone on you.
I did.
And after all of this, when you're left the scene, it just happens to come to you that you have a second cell phone.
Yeah.
And you call your friend, correct?
Right.
But you didn't call 911 at that moment, did you?
No.
You actually spoke and hung out with him and talked with him about what happened for a few hours, right?
Yeah.
I had a prayer circle.
Yeah, we prayed before I turned myself in, and then we called the police.
And so there was hours that you didn't know or not know if police had been notified before or not, right?
I didn't know.
Because you weren't at the hotel to find out, right?
No. I had a good idea though. But,
Did you move with a purpose or did you walk slowly?
I was walking slow.
You were walking without a care in the world.
Not a care in the world. It was like I just walked away, and when I was walking, I called My friend, he came and picked me up.
And this firearm, I mean, you've seen it. This was your firearm, right?
Correct.
What happened to the magazine?
I gave it to my friend. He actually wanted to keep it, but I told him I couldn't give him the gun. I can give you the magazine. So
Did it have all the ammunition in it?
yeah, he wanted the bullets too. I was like, I didn't think it was important, but I knew the gun was important, so I gave him the gun
Why was the gun important?
because that was part of the crime scene. It was, I mean, all of it was part of the crime scene, but it was my gun. It was in like my name, so I
So
wanted
you
to
were
make
thinking
sure.
about a crime scene when you're thinking about the magazines and the ammunition?
Yeah.
Interesting. The also wanted to ask you another question about that. What did you do with your sister's phone?
I had put it behind this house next to the motel after I figured out I couldn't use it.
So once you couldn't use it, you disregarded it.
Yeah. Actually, I was like, I can't go back, but so I just left it right there so she can get close to it because I know I wasn't coming back to the hotel.
Who could get close to it? Your sister Vernice?
Yeah.
How would she know where to find this phone you randomly put behind the house?
When I got in contact with her. Actually, later on that day, I got in contact with my sister and I told her about the cell phone and where to find it. So I don't know why they didn't go retrieve it, but
You spoke with your sister after the shooting before Detective or Sergeant Watkins picked you up and you spoke with Detective Williams?
no, after. That's how we got in contact. She called up to the jail and I told her about it during that time.
After you had been interviewed by Detective Williams?
Yeah.
And you remember telling Detective Williams that you could have walked away from this situation, right?
Yep.
It didn't have to go where it went, right?
Correct.
What was happening to you could have been addressed in other ways, right?
Yeah.
And you told, well, one brief moment, Your Honor. You have stated that you were being poisoned for some time, right?
Correct.
But you still continued to live with your mother and Gregory Perez, right?
Correct.
You didn't move out from that location, correct?
No. Before that time, I had moved in there with my sister at the apartments at 445.
And you are, is it fair to say that at this point in time, you're a grown man, right?
Correct.
So what you choose to eat or not eat, you can make that decision, right?
Correct.
And if you wanted to, you could eat your own food or, watch over what you're drinking. Is that fair?
Correct.
And there was testimony earlier too about you being poisoned at the Fulton County Jail, right?
Correct.
But as we sit here today on July 24th of 2023, you're still alive, you're here, you're testifying, you're all right, correct?
Correct.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Recross or redirect. So did you shoot your mother because she was poisoning you or because you felt in fear for your life because she was assaulting you? Which is it?
It was definitely the assault.
The assault?
Yes.
And did you ever shoot at your sister?
No. I didn't feel she was threat at that time.
You shot at Mr. Perez.
Did shoot at Mr. Perez.
Why? Was that self-defense?
That was self-defense. He actually charged at me after my mother charged at me. That's why I shot at both of them and not my sister, because I didn't see her as a threat during the situation, because she wasn't the people that was part of the attempt to do what they were trying to do to me.
So in your mind, your mother and Mr. Perez were the threat, not your sister.
Right.
And not your sister's kids.
Right. Definitely not.
Did you ever try to harm your sister's kids or anything like that on this day in question?
No.
Is there anything else you'd like the judge to know before he decides this case?
It's
Do you
just
feel badly about what happened?
definitely feel bad about what
Do you
happened.
feel that if you go back in time, would you do this differently?
Definitely would do this differently.
You feel remorse on some level?
Definitely remorse.
I have no questions.
Your Honor, Mr. Headspeth, Gregory Perez charged at you after you shot your mother, correct?
Correct.
No further questions, Your Honor.
No further questions from the defense.
Mr. Headspeth, just one. In your opinion, what reason did your mother have to try and poison you?
Well, I believe it was the fact that me and her boyfriend, we had a not really the best relationship, and I believe it was more on some fatal attraction type of thing. Like, my mom loved me, but she would do anything for this individual, and I believe that was something that he wanted done, but he used her as, I guess, as a pawn to get it done. And the reason I don't know why, I just maybe jealousy. I don't know. Maybe envy. I don't know. Revenge. But I don't believe she just so hardly wanted to do that. It was more on his behalf.
Anything else? Mr. Atkins?
Not from the state, Your Honor.
Mr. Marks?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Can this witness step down?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, sir.
The defense has no additional witnesses to call.
And so the defense rests.
Yes, that's correct, Judge.
All right. Would the state anticipate any rebuttal witnesses or evidence?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Then in that case, we'll consider the evidence closed. I think, I guess procedurally, would the defense renew their motion at this point, or would we just move to a charging conference? And if so, how does that look with a bench trial? Any
Well,
suggestions?
We would renew our motion without anything additional to add based on our the earlier argument. And we can do a charge conference and closing arguments at the trial court's pleasure.
Okay, understood, Mr. Marks. Mr. Atkins?
Your Honor, one thing I was thinking of was if the charges that the court, the specific charges and charging language that the court is considering, that we do need to have a charging conference to make sure that the record reflects the charging language that this honorable court fact finder utilized in making the decision.
No, I think my thought there is obviously I don't think there's a need for us to do and go through the language piece by piece like we usually would to charge the jury and to send something back with them. But if we need to go over the proposed or requested charges together, we can do that just so I can be aware of and note if there are any non-pattern charges that were requested. and also if there are lesser includeds that need to be considered and reflected on the verdict form as well. But I may be just I've been off base there. I don't think maybe you do typically renew a motion for directed verdict after the defense case, but in any event, I think for the reasons previously stated, that the ruling would still stand, and that a motion for directed verdict is denied. So to that end, I saw the state's email with requested charges. Was there a defense one as well?
So the defense does not object to any of the state's jury charges. We would always, in a murder case, add a request for the trial court. In this case, it would be a trial court, not a jury, to at least consider voluntary manslaughter as a lesser included, and mutual defense, providing the trial court deems that principle of law to be applicable. I always ask for that, even if it's not clear whether you could infer from the evidence that voluntary manslaughter or mutual combat is present, just as a precautionary measure in case I'm wrong. I would ask that be taken into consideration as a lesser included. I realize the state probably would be opposed to that, and I understand that, and I get that. But other than that, I don't think the state has any issues with the defense's request that I filed, which basically mirrors everything the state's asked for, just the general stuff. And I understand, being that this is a bench trial, the trial court is suitably equipped to disregard any factors that are not relevant. So I would ask the trial court exercise its discretion when determining what principles of law are relevant for purposes of consideration. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Marks. So again, looking at the state's filed requests, it does not look like there are any non-pattern charges. And so it really seems that the only issue for us to discuss then is whether voluntary should be part of the equation here and reflected on the verdict form. I'll say at this point, I'm inclined to put it on there, but I'm willing to hear Mr. Atkins' thoughts on this or anything else as you think it relates to charging language.
Yes, Your Honor. The state's position is that the facts and evidence that did come out would not support voluntary manslaughter, but the state understands that the court may consider it in making its determination.
All right. So in that case, I'll take that as the state not objecting to the defense's request for the charge, quote unquote, on voluntary manslaughter, and that it's part of the equation, even though you don't believe the evidence supports it, obviously, for closing purposes of closing argument.
Your Honor, I guess the state's formal position would be objects to it being included, but understands that the court may very well include that nonetheless.
Okay, understood. Well, that's what I'll do here, just based on the slight evidence standard. And we'll have that as in the mix of things. But otherwise, as it comes to charging, like I said, we won't have the formal document, but I will take note of all the applicable pattern charges that do apply as highlighted by both parties, and I'll tailor them to the facts of this case and be consulting them throughout the case, particularly all the ones applicable to self-defense and affirmative defenses, as well as all the others indicated here.
Thank you, Judge. We're ready
Thank you,
to proceed to closing argument.
Understood, Mr. Marks. Yeah, I think we can take a moment, first of all, but also I'm not in any particular rush. If we'd rather start fresh tomorrow morning, I don't think the plan was to be able to finish all this in one day anyway. So does the state have any particular inclinations?
Your Honor, the state would prefer to start fresh tomorrow morning. I think the closing for both sides will be much abbreviated than it would for a jury.
Sure, but I don't want to rush it, and it already getting closer to the end of the day. And I also wanted to be able to review the interview. I think that was probably the expectations, because I received an email with the redacted exhibit. Was it 68? Did I say email? I meant the recorded interview. Did I say that? And I guess, again, a question of logistics. Is there an objection to, at the close of, when we've concluded closing arguments, to the court reviewing the state's exhibit, was it 68, the redacted interview in chambers, or is it supposed to be more like a continuing witness rule where y'all have to watch me review this interview out here? I guess that's the question in my mind.
So the defense has no objection to the trial court reviewing that on its own without us watching you review it.
All right. Mr. Atkins, any
Your Honor,
concerns there?
I agree, and I agree even more wholeheartedly because it is a redacted version. So if there's anything that the court was not supposed to listen to in terms of evidence that is not relevant, bad character evidence, things of that nature, it's not even concluded in the entire universe of that version, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. So I think the game plan then is to we've covered a lot of ground today. We'll break for today. We come back at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. We, I think, go right into closings. And then I'll take all the exhibits. I'll go back into chambers to be able to review any and all exhibits. And then we'll see where we land with a verdict. All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else we need to take up today or can?
Not from the state. Your
Not
Honor.
from the defense. Thank you.
All right. Then we'll be in recess. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Okay.
Hey, welcome back. I know you couldn't stay away.
Give it to him.
We don't get it. Yeah. Oh, it does.
Oh, thanks.
Please, thank you, Adam.
Mr. Atkins, is this your first murder trial?
It is, Your Honor.
You know, they're not all like this. I just want you to know.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sometimes they're longer affairs.